Distinguished guests, colleagues, and dear students, Namaskar and a very good morning. We welcome you to the second day of Conclave for Friends of IIT Jodhpur. The first day of the conclave witnessed foundation stone laying ceremony of Rishabh Center for Research and Innovation in Clean Energy and a roundtable discussion on environmental impact of large-scale solar development in Western Rajasthan. Moving on, today's program, we will begin with address by PAN IIT alumni, which, which will be followed by panel discussions on themes such as planning for future IITJ, building partnership with IIT Jodhpur for impactful contribution, and then lastly, new financial models for IITs. Moving forward, we have a video message from Mr. Ron Gupta. Mr. Ron Gupta is an architect who has performed pioneering management, engineering, commissioning, and delivery work in mission critical facilities for major global financial services, pharmaceutical, and telecommunication companies. Mr. Ron Gupta graduated from Indian Institute of Technology, Kharagpur in 1970 in architecture and won the silver medal for standing first in architecture. He was then a Hinds Graduate Fellow in Fine Arts at the Carnegie Mellon University. He founded Singh Associates in Miami in 1982, then founded Sigma 7 Design Group in New York in 2003. He served on a presidential blue ribbon panel for federal security design in the aftermath of the disaster at the federal building in Oklahoma City. He has founded computers in architecture and design bill committees at the American Institute of Architects and spoken at numerous AIA, DBIA, and 7 into 24 exchange conventions. Along with his wife Chitra, he created Ron and Chitra Group Foundation, which has endowed Ranbir and Chitra Gupta School of Infrastructure at IIT Kharagpur, Physics Seminar Complex at Merit College, Home Sciences Department at Shamli Inter College, Ram Narayan and Kapuri Devi Gupta Hall and Innovation Center at Samilkha High School in India. He has also endowed the Uday Agnihotri Chair Professorship in Infrastructure and facilitated the Avinash Gupta Professorship Chair in Architecture also at IIT Kharagpur. Mr. Ron was awarded the IIT Kharagpur Distinguished Alumnus Award in 2010 and the Life Fellow Award in 2021. We are thankful to Mr. Ron Gupta for sharing his message. Can we start his video?
Greetings. Greetings from Washington, D.C. I'm Ran Gupta, Ranbir Singh Gupta, President of PAN IIT USA. I'm a graduate in architecture from Kharagpur in 1970. It was indeed a great honor for me to welcome the director, Shantanu Chaudhary, a fellow KGPN, and other deans and alumni from IIT Jodhpur at my house about a year ago and help launch the US chapter of IIT Jodhpur. I greet IIT Jodhpur on holding this conclave of alumni and well-wishers to help IITJ shine among the amazing IITs. PAN IIT is the umbrella organization of the alumni of all 23 IITs, soon to be expanded to 30 by including additional IITs being set up in foreign countries. On my personal behalf, I invite all IIT Jodhpur faculty, alumni, and students to visit USA. I know I'll find an IITian to welcome you in any city here. Congratulations and best wishes to you all. As your motto says, Tvam Jnanmayo Vijnanmayosi, full of supreme wisdom and knowledge. I also borrow from my own IIT Kharagpur's motto, Yoga Karmasu Kaushalam. Excellent in action is your yoga, is your duty. Thank you.
We're so thankful to Mr. Ron Gupta for sharing his wishes on the occasion. Now moving on to the session plan for the day, which is a panel discussion planning for future IIT Jodhpur. And it will be moderated by my colleague, Dr. Deepak Fulwani. So I will invite Dr. Deepak Fulwani to take it forward. Thank you, everyone. Wishing you all a great day ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Akanksha. Good morning. Our first panel is on planning of future of IIT Jodhpur. I invite our distinguished panelists to dais. Professor Pradeep Mathur, ex-director IIT Indore. Professor M.K. Surappa, ex-director IIT Ropar. Professor Akhil Ranjan Garg, BOG member IIT Jodhpur. I will briefly introduce our panelist. Professor Pradeep Mathur is an Indian organometallic and cluster chemist and the founder director of Indian Institute of Technology, Indore. He was former professor of IIT Bombay. He is known for his studies on mixed metal cluster compounds. He is elected fellow of Indian Academy of Sciences, the Council of Scientific and Industrial Research, the apex agency of Government of India for scientific research, awarded him Santi Swarup Bhatnagar Prize for Science and Technology, one of the highest Indian science award in 2000 for his contribution to chemical sciences. Thank you, sir, for joining this panel. In interest of time, I am reading only brief biography of our panelists. They have lots of things to their credit, and I have already shared their biography with you, and you can go through their biography for more information about their various contributions to Indian science. Professor M.K. Surappa, formerly Vice Chancellor of Anna University, Chennai, and founding director of Indian Institute of Technology, Ropar. Previously, he was Dean of Faculty Engineering and Honorary Secretary, Karnataka State Council for Science and Technology, and President of Bharat Gyan Vidyarthi Samiti during the period of 2001 to 2009. He is currently INSA scientist and adjunct at National Institute of Advanced Sciences. He is also honorary distinguished professor for list of the for life at the University of Mysore. Thank you, sir, for joining this panel. Dr. Akhil Garg is presently working as professor and head of the Department of Electrical Engineering, Faculty of Engineering and Architecture, MBM University, Jodhpur. Professor Garg had served visiting faculty at IIT Jodhpur from 2010 to December 2018. Dr. Garg did his PhD from IIT Delhi. He is serving more than 30 years of teaching experience and research experience since appointment as assistant professor in 1992. Dr. Garg is also Board of Governor member of IIT Jodhpur. Thank you very much, sir, for joining this panel. Sir, I invite all our panelists for the opening remark on how to plan future of IIT. We are discussing about the second generation IITs in particular, and we have two former directors of second generation IITs who had long experience in developing and nurturing those IITs. So I start with Professor Mathur on his remark on how to plan future of IIT.
Thank you very much for the introduction. First of all, my best wishes to the director of IIT Jodhpur, Professor Shantanu. I've known him for some time now. He's contributed with IIT Indore, also helped us out at a crucial stage. And my best wishes to the deans and faculty, students of IIT Jodhpur for a fantastic institute, which I see coming up now. It really is very, very encouraging that something like this can be done under quite challenging circumstances. Now, just coming, I'll try and keep my opening remarks as brief as possible. The future of the IITs, of course, is very important, but we cannot forget the past and the legacies which the IITs as an institution bring forward. I think in the present context, the demographic framework of the country being what it is, where so many people are young people having been born in the last 20 years, 30 years, they may not remember that the institution of IITs was a consequence of a very, very important vision soon after independence of creating institutes of excellence in the country. And the actual official wording, in fact, mentions that they should be like the MITs in the US. The MIT, the Institute MIT is actually named in that official document. So that was the original vision. This is going back to the 50s. And of course, that was realized with the creation of the first IIT at IIT Kharagpur, and then subsequently, very shortly after the other IITs, Delhi, Bombay, Madras came up. And after that, in the second generation, the 8 new IITs were conceptualized sometime in 2008, 2009, the first of the second generation IITs evolved. So this is the legacy. We have to create IITs which are going to be like the MITs and similar top level institutes. And I must say, over the decades, the IITs have gradually tried to fulfill that original vision, and they have been somewhat successful also. The only reason that the IITs have not featured in the top rankings, the world rankings, has been for various other reasons that we have still not been able to induct international faculty, foreign students. Government restrictions prevent us from doing that. If that were to open up, which would be an important parameter in the rankings, I'm sure the IITs would be up there in the top 50s. But nevertheless, quite apart from the rankings, it has globally been recognized that the IITs produce amongst the best graduates anywhere in the world. I think that there's absolutely no dispute about that. And this is what legacy is, the importance of the legacy. What was conceptualized in the 50s has actually been successful. There are absolutely no dispute about that. Now, how to go forward? Well, the first challenge is we have to ensure that the legacy remains intact and we carry it forward even more meaningfully. I think in the present day, the main challenge is how to preserve the workings of the IITs as they have been doing over the last few decades. And one of the main things why the IITs have been different from the other colleges and universities in the country is the level of autonomy and the independence the management of the IITs were entrusted with. If that is taken away, then I'm afraid the IITs would be no different than some of the other places in the country. The second aspect is the funding. I think this is something which we will talk in detail a little later in this discussion, but very briefly I should mention this. Without even the most basic funding for the IITs, I think we are bordering on disaster. Let me be very clear about it. And what we have seen in the last few years where the funding has been taken away from the IIT system and IITs are now surviving on loans. How the loans are going to be repaid is really not very clear at the moment. But this is how the IITs are surviving. And this is not in public knowledge. If you ask a common person out in the street, he will not know that IITs, the funding, the government funding for IITs has actually stopped some years ago. So I'll just close my opening remarks there, posing some challenges and some vision for the future. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you for mentioning the importance of autonomy and funding, which are integral part of IIT growth. So now I request Professor Surappa to make his opening remark.
Good morning to everybody. First of all, I thank the director, Professor Shantanu Chowdhury, Deepak Fulwani and others for having made my presence possible here to share my thoughts with all of you this morning. This is my second visit to this IIT Jodhpur. First time I came when I was the director of IIT Ropar, when your campus was in the transit campus. And it is nice to see such a big transformation of the IIT Jodhpur in terms of the infrastructure, in terms of the activities, which I get to know from the director's presentation yesterday, last evening. And it's very gratifying to note that the IIT Jodhpur has embarked on all the programs which are relevant today to the not only to the Indian society, to the global society, and not only the topics, but the way in which it is structured and kind of the research attempts, efforts that are going on here, and the infrastructure that is built and all these things. It is very gratifying and very pleased to know all these things. This IIT started, the first generation start of IITs we started, they were mainly concentrating on the undergraduate education, and IITs were known for this undergraduate education, and the graduates who went on, not only they took up senior positions in the Indian administrative services and the various corporations in India, they contributed significantly. And many of the graduates who went to the United States, they become the CEOs of many of the corporations. And when they joined the university system there, they really excelled. In fact, many of the people's research excellence, if you see from the database, they have done outstanding work. Then next generation of the IITs came in 2009. There's 5 new IITs, and they had initially teaching problems of the various lands issues and things like that. But now most of them have been all stabilized and all. And I'm glad to see the difference between a new set of IITs and the old set of the IITs in terms of the research performance is very narrow. Let me tell you one thing. I can reel out the data, statistics, and all these things. The older IITs if you look at of course, their faculty strength and they have been in existence for a long time. So you cannot compare with the total number of publications. And these new IITs, which came about 10 years back, and they have done very well. Compared to the old IITs, because of our greater the faculty, not the faculty, very talented faculty trained in abroad, and all the infrastructure that was made available, the difference is very marginal. If you look at these citations per paper for the old IITs, it comes about 9 or so, and new IITs are also around the same level, some of them and all. So in terms of the research performance, and the impact of the research publications, it is reasonably well. But now things are changing very rapidly. The societal problems and the kind of the limited natural resources. I think we need to shift our gear for a different level, because the whole problem, this kind of a societal challenges, whether in terms of requirements, energy, housing, and the to meet these aspirations of the people, to improve the living standard of the people, the whole gamut of the breakthrough technology or the disruptive technologies, which are now being coming, almost very in a quick succession by the different groups of people, which have been done by a mega scale, which all those kind of technologies have emerged because a larger participation of the scientists in a greater number across many institutions, across many countries, and this has made possible this kind of a disruptive technologies. Now, the basic research that we do, which will advance the science at our own level, that has also good, that's also required. But this kind of a disruptive technologies, if we have to emerge from the Indian and soil, I think our approach needs to change significantly. We cannot sit in isolation. We have to talk what the director mentioned yesterday, the transdisciplinary, cross-disciplinary research, collaborative research across the institutions. So this requires a larger efforts and with a greater animal spirits. And then only this kind of technologies can emerge, because it has not done so far in the country. If you look at if objectively, if you assess the kinds of technologies that have emerged in the Indian institutions and Indian academia, I think let us admit you are not done that level compared to what others have done. Of course, you can always case an excuse of what you call this resources and all, but that's a true, that's a resources, but still we are not able to, of course, for recently, of course, I cannot underestimate our contributions, our what you call this unified payment system, or the way in which COVID was tracked and all these things. These are a greater, really innovative technologies which really reached out to the level last man in the society, and that should be appropriate. But we cannot be complacent with these two things or three things and all. There's much more to need, because of looking at the potential of the people that we have got, capabilities of the scientists we have got, and and their hard work, their discipline, their exposure. I think there's a much more needs to be done, and this requires a totally different approach. And the kind of research that we have done early days, is for research purpose, just for a publication purpose. I think that will not hold good anywhere, because if you have to look at the what you call the impactful research, the high impact research, which changes the lives of the people across the societies, across the globe, and that requires a different approach. All greater minds should come together and work together, and this requires a different kind of an ecosystem, perhaps which our institutions lack, unlike other. If you look at the thing, the kind of a, perhaps I have not taken any degrees from abroad. All my work was done in India and at the Indian Institute of Science. But I can gather that information from across the meeting when I meet people, when I look at the kind of accomplishments of the source scientists, which I can reel out the data a little later if I get a time. But now I'll restrict myself in a sense that something we are missing, where we are not able to put together that kind of a major efforts. And the academic institutions coming together, it has been somehow, it is less than what we can do. It is what is happening. And this reason is perhaps, our ecosystem, where one of the things perhaps from based on my experience, both in IIT system and the state university system, which I had a chance to run that institution, I see a tremendous amount of what you call the distrust among the people. See, our trust level among the people, among our own colleagues, is not yet required, at least in terms of our research efforts when we are doing. We don't, I have seen, it may be different in an IIT system, I know IIT system, but still it is slightly better than the university. I can tell you. In the university system, I have seen my own Anna University, 4 departments, people do work in the same area, but they don't talk to each other. They don't know each other, what is happening and other things. And it is the same thing, similar thing. I think we should forget about our ego, our thing, because in this century, unlike our generation, we had other difficulties. The salaries were low, and the scholarships were not good, and the facilities were poor. Here, it is the situation is significantly changed. I think there's a reasonable amount of the budget and funding, although it has to be increased. But everybody can gain here. Work together, share knowledge together, and all these things. So this is what we need to cultivate, that kind of an efforts. And you have to from the presentation of yesterday's presentation of the director, I see a very interesting things. The digital humanities, bringing the social sciences and technology together. So these are all actually the requirement of the present day, when people have to work from a cross-disciplinary, interdisciplinary. That will bring out much more of a impact. The thing when they work together, it is a kind of nice thing that you have done. But one of the couple based on the presentations of the director, I want to make a suggestions based on things. I think I have seen that your geographical location in a hot area and cold, both weather you face seasonally, and you have the established collaboration with the aims, medical and engineering, bringing a synergy between the two. And I think it's a greater thing, because these days it is not only the borderless sciences, borderless engineering, and there's a borderless, outside. It's a borderless thing, not only within the institutions, across the countries, outside the countries. I think that collaboration effort is much more required. And because of the lack of time, I will keep giving you some of the tips. One of the other thing the director mentioned about the industry connect. I think this is a very important thing in India. You have not been successful connecting the industries and the institutions. This morning, I was looking at the kind of research, what I call the industrially connected research, or the industrial collaborative research. The Indian institutions, except actually the percentage of the industrial collaboration in India, in the entire nation, it is about 1%. And it doesn't differ from the institution to institution, and it has not changed over a period of last 20, 30 years. I have to look at the data. But if you look at the same parameter on which other countries have thrived well, okay, in the United States, it is about 5%, MIT 7%, okay, even leave alone, we cannot say, okay, those countries are advanced. China, which has got the same population level like ours, it is about 2.8%, and small countries as Singapore, Malaysia, Sri Lanka, they all have got a much higher, about 2 to 2.5%. So this is one thing which reflected in our ranking. In a sense, the kind of benefits that you accrue through this kind of industrial collaboration is being deprived because of various reasons. You have been talking about the IICTE, UGC, MHRD. They have been conducting the same kind of meeting. Industry interaction is academic interaction. But I don't see anything happening at the same level. There is no change at all. In fact, last several years, as they've seen the data, it's about only 1.1, 1.11, like that. Whereas other countries have moved far ahead. I think this is one of the reasons why our institutions not able to get the benefit of the industrial issues, problems, their insights, their ground, what you call the ground realities, societal issues, and all these problems. When you know academia, academia can participate and want to jointly. So this is a good step which the director has taken. I hope that will take up. And this is required across all the institutions in the country. And this is the reason why one of the things Pradeep mentioned, why we are not figuring in one of the 100 or even in 1 in 200 institutions. This is one part of it. The another part of it is the quality of the publications. If you look at the quality of our Indian publications, I'm sorry, most recently, even Indian Science, this principal scientific advisor has flagged that issue. Not only scientist has flagged, even former Niti Ayoga CEO, who is now the Sherpa, he flagged it. So it has come from both the bureaucrat and the scientist. I think this is where I think we need to be really careful about our, instead of feeling proud and gloating that we are number 3 in the volume of the publication, it has no meaning. Absolutely. It has some meaning, but we cannot just rest that you are number 3. What is important is in the quality of the publications. I appeal to the faculty members because one example that I would like to give you, this, if you look at the one of the parameters which decides the quality of the publications and the impact of the publication and high impact of the research influence of an individual, research influence of an organization, research influence of a country. If you look at these, all the parameters, the India is very low. In fact, if you look at even a G20, India comes in any of these quality parameters, number 15 or 16, but no way, even our neighboring countries, small countries, of course, they don't publish papers like us. Their limitations are there because their size is small, but nevertheless, they are higher than us. And if you look at China, which is again a population more than that, is higher than us. And in the Chinese Academy of Sciences, which runs laboratories, which has got the very high, about 2.2, so what you call the normalized citation index, whereas ours is only the 0.99 or 0.1. So we cannot take an excuse that one, so this is something is missing, ecosystem is missing here. You have the talent, you have the resources, you have the mindset, you have the people, and you have the your desire to work and all these things. So this is where the institutions wise, if you compare, for example, I mentioned to you the IITs. No institution in the public institution in India except the TIFR has come to that level. Okay, it's about 20. And if you look at this one, this what you call the citations per paper for the IIT system, it's about 8.5 or 8.9 compared to the 24 of MIT and China of 14. And these are the things, glaring examples. Somehow you are not able to learn from these things. What is missing component? Instead of, I only appeal, one is collaboration. A collaboration, you got to collaborate for a multiple thing, but as an individual scientist to make an impact, you must also need to do your own research. You cannot be always depend on only on the collaboration, where you get somebody's big man and getting your things and all. You, as a faculty in the IIT, I think there's a greater responsibility. I'm sure you are all doing that one. You must keep this in mind always and to excel. And I think perhaps stop and give it to somebody else. Later on, I can talk about other things.
Yeah,
okay.
sure. We will discuss other aspects also. Yes. I just wanted your opening remark, and thank you, sir, for emphasizing disruptive research and the importance of the quality of research. So now I request Dr. Garg to make his opening remark.
Thank you, Dr. Fulwani. Very good morning to all of you. At the onset, I would like to compliment and congratulate Professor Shantanu for organizing this event. See, introspection is very important. It is always, a lot of things are started, but still we should always feel to think how to progress, and discussions should hold. In that way, I must compliment Professor Shantanu. It is a great event. I must thank him also for giving me this opportunity. When we talk about future of IITs, and the thought is, when we talk about first generation IIT, second generation IIT, people think that second generation IIT has to come up to become equal to first generation IIT. This thought process is wrong. Now things have changed. There are many emerging technologies. I am not talking about infrastructure. I am not talking about the faculty strength which older IITs have. But there are many emerging technologies. In those technologies, older IITs are also new. New IITs are also new. So they are at equal status. So people should start thinking beyond becoming equivalent to first tier IITs. They should think about globalization. Global presence should be there. IITs have global presence, but it is only in one term. The students graduating from these institutes have their global presence. But I want, and I think that this concept should change of global presence. People living in different countries should think about coming to these IITs for learning. They should come here to collaborate. They should form MOUs. They should come forward because of the technology that is being developed at IITs, because of the education that is being imparted at IITs. That should happen. And we should look on to this kind of future for IITs. There are many things which are there in vision documents for all of the IITs, because undergraduate studies is one of the important aspects of every IIT. And we talk about nurturing talent, we talk about nurturing creativity, we talk about moral development of students, but we have to think how it is happening. We have to take feedback, whether it is happening or not, whether we are looking onto these aspects or not. It is also important because things are changing. We are developing, we are starting new centers, but whether students are morally strong these days or not, in society, a lot of things have changed. Students always have these smartphones with them. A lot of now with this chat GPT, students will feel that there is no requirement for teacher. So because of all these things, in the future, we have to look of how these will not disrupt learning and teaching environment in the IITs. A lot of things have to be thought about for the future of IIT. We have started in many IITs new emerging technology centers. Starting is one thing. Moving ahead, keeping what has been started, and to progress beyond that is also very important. Then we have to diversify. Should we remain only in technology, or should we move forward? Can we have medical schools? Can we have arts, social sciences, humanities schools at IITs? All these things have to be thought about. So today I suppose we would be thinking about, we would be talking about all these things. Thank you so much, Dr. Fulwan.
Yeah, thank you, sir. So I also believe that in formative years, building of institute is also very important for second generation IITs. And when we are building the institute and in formative years, I believe that our output may not be same as what first generation IITs do have, but in time ahead, we have to take certain steps so that we can actually match the output of first generation IITs. So in that context, I invite Professor Mathur to make his comment that how we can actually forge effective partnership, because that was also one of the points discussed by panelists, and how also we can create socially responsible students and faculty members. As Professor Garg said, that ethics and other issues are also becoming very, very prevalent in these days. So I need a 1 minute answer, or maybe 3 points answer on these two points, like how we can forge effective partnership so that our research quality and our research impact can be increased, and also what we should do so that we can create the socially responsible students, faculty, and other stakeholders. So I request Professor Mathur to make his comment, and I request panelists to remain brief because we have a shortage of time. And 3 point, if you can share about these two pointers so that we can take this discussion forward. Professor Mathur, please.
Yeah, so just going back to the history on the creation of the second generation IITs, 2007, 2008, a lot of discussion, and it fructified into 8 new IITs being created, 2008 onwards. I think the idea there was very clear that the older IITs have obviously proven themselves to be very successful in generating very, very good graduates, and the whole world recognized that. But the newer IITs had an opportunity to create institutes of a different level, where research and development would take a greater role in shaping their destinies, and also greater amount of interdisciplinary work, as director yesterday pointed out, was going on at IIT Jodhpur, and Professor Sarappa also hinted on. And that was basically the vision that, look, you start your new IITs, but look at those as opportunities for doing something different from the older IITs. It was not really to catch up with the older IITs. It was on a different track. And to a large extent, what has happened at least in the early part of the 2010 onwards, The research output in the older institutions went up. They had been going up for some years. Ever since the creation of the Department of Science and Technology in the 1980s, a tremendous amount of funding had been given for young faculty and institutes and creation of infrastructure, to a point where by 2010, India was pretty well endowed in comparison to some of the international institutions. And the second generation IITs were expected to build on that and improve the research culture in the country. So although that started very well, but as we have seen, there were some disruptions. The pace at which the infrastructure in the new IITs could be developed was slow because of land problems, various other issues, and so on. But after a while, after about 5 years, I think all of the 8 IITs were in a position where they could create their own destinies. And then, unfortunately, what happened was the funding situation dramatically changed. Research and development funding was reduced. The fellowships for the students, which have not changed for many, many years now, are stagnant. They've been reduced, and various other things, which have hampered the growth profile of not just the 8 new IITs and the other new IITs which have come up in recent times, but also the older IITs, established IITs. And what Professor Sarabha is saying is absolutely, I totally agree with it, that had we continued on the path which had been created in the earlier part of the IIT's history, I think we would have been in the top 3 internationally. We would have been competing with shrugging shoulders with the best institutes in the world. So I think we need to get back to it. And coming to forming linkages, I think the need of the hour, again, this is something which we started discussing in the earlier years, 2010 onwards. There was a discussion, serious discussion on how to open up the IITs to international students and international faculty. And a framework, a document was prepared where incentives for inviting top scientists and faculty from abroad was done. But somehow that also has gone into the freezer now. And as a result, we still have IITs which are largely Indian, and there's little opportunity to actually have an institution where 20-30% of the faculty would be from around the world, the very best. I think sometimes we seem to forget that science and research has no borders. I think we need to stop worrying about IITs being only for India. No, IITs should be for the whole world. And like MITs are, Cambridge, Oxford, I mean, these have such a large proportion of foreign participation at student level, at faculty level, visiting scientists and so on. So that is one of the linkages which I think in the future, we hope IITs can inculcate. Make it global, not just Indian or regional or for a particular set of people. No, that won't work. In academics, that doesn't work. I think that we should all understand. It's a global phenomenon. And the second thing is industry participation. There was a move some years back to start special kind of fellowships to be given by MHRD along with participation from industry. And the PhD students who would benefit from these fellowships would spend part of the time working on an industrial project, actually physically working in industry, in the company, in the laboratories there. So this would have created addressing problems relevant to the industry, what we talk about applied research. On that context, I have my own opinion of what is applied research and what is basic research. I think it has to be understood that you cannot have applied research unless you have a very sound, strong understanding of the science, which is what we call basic research. I think it's a very gray area. Unless you have basic research, you cannot have applied research. So this business of some politicians saying that, no, you must do more applied research. Well, we are doing applied research. Everything is applied research. It's for the people who need answers to identify what has been discovered in the laboratory and apply it for their problem. Because the The students, the research students, the faculty do not know what industry's requirements are. Unfortunately, there are very little interaction between industry and academia in India. But what industry should do, they should have visibility to what is being done and published, and some really good work is being done in the IITs and ISCs and TIFRs. But it's all it's there for everyone. And very often what happens is it is some foreign body which picks up the inventions of Indian laboratories, and they're able to benefit from it. So I think coming back to this business of forming linkages, I think we have to go back to the original idea where, since we see that, government is not going to do anything, the autonomy is a questionable thing at the moment. Now, if the government does want to play a bigger and bigger role in running the institute, then they should also do this. Have a system where they bring the industry to the academia, to the IITs. Creation of fellowships, creation of visiting professorships for industry researchers to spend time in the IITs and find out what's happening, what are the good things which are happening there. How is research and technology in industry in India? Well, I think the picture is very clear. And that is why I'm so amazed by the new model now being created at IIT Jodhpur, where industries come forward and they're actually creating a center. This is so unusual in India. I just hope the government takes note of it and uses it as a model, which they should promote. Not just talk about it, but actually promote amongst the other institutions in the country. This is this is exactly what we need. What is Stanford? I don't think there's a single department in Stanford which has been built by the university. It's donated by this industry, that company, this company, that. That is what it should be. Just to say that IITs should manage on their own, in India, it will not work because the industry has not come up to a level where the research and development is of a level which is even close to what is being done in the IITs. So the government must promote this. And by promotion, I mean providing the funds. The present level of financial commitment by the government to the institute, I'm afraid, is very disappointing. First of all, they have to remove this HEFA, get back to where we were 5 years ago. There has to be a grant from the government. Not that that grant was enormous, but it was enough for the IITs to survive and climb up the international recognitions. As far as the technology having an effect on the way students behave and this and that, I think my personal opinion is that is not, I think if you're going to worry about that, like the government worries about, what somebody is doing, what program he's watching or not watching, and which documentary is going, being shown. I think we have to keep out of all that. Stay out of that. That's not the IIT's job. I think technology should be used to the best possible extent and use it for teaching the students. Newer methods of teaching. Perhaps we will not have the classical classroom teaching. Perhaps teaching through, smaller groups, more tutorial oriented, the way IITs have been functioning. Perhaps that will become more important. Perhaps assignments, perhaps group assignments, rather than, this is not your work, this is the other students' work. It doesn't matter. Let them do it in a group. But that is what we should be focusing at, rather than whether the student is doing something which is acceptable to a certain group of people sitting somewhere. I think let's just keep out of all that. We have to move forward. IITs have to set an example for the rest of the country and rest of the world. And I think, once again, IIT Jodhpur has taken a big step in that direction, starting yesterday. And I hope the other institutions can follow suit. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Sir, older IITs actually had exclusivity and they also had in earlier times better funding mechanism. However, it has changed with introduction of HEFA. So one of your suggestion to approach industries, philanthropies to generate fund, that is one of the things we have been doing and we will keep doing. Now I actually want to touch some other aspects. Like one of our mission statements at IIT Jodhpur vision document is to produce socially responsible student faculty. So I want to request comment from Professor Garg how we can actually take certain steps so that we can achieve this particular mission. Professor Garg.
Thank you so much. See, we have to not think in that matter that we should stop students using smartphones. We should stop students using chat GPT. No, the idea is not that. These things are there. They have to be used. Technology has to be used and students should be given opportunity to use technology. But with these technologies, the challenges are there. How to make students morally good, socially responsible, that is a challenge. And for that, the environment has to change. There have to be some club activities where a student will get a chance to learn music simultaneously with learning technology. So when a student is involved in some other things and the activities which will make student see that these are the important things in life, that is also important. We need to create a good human being which can give back to society, which can not only contribute in technology, enhancing technology, but he should be a good human being, good citizen of the world, of this country. And for that, environment should be conducive. That conducive environment has to be created. And what I see at IIT Jodhpur, a lot of activities are being held, which are making students to become more responsible. These kind of activities should be there in every institute throughout the country. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, sir. So now I turn to Professor Surappa. One of our mission statements is also about catalyzing professional internal culture. So we have been taking various steps at IIT Jodhpur and trying to improve our interaction with various offices and with various processes. So I just want your inputs, how we can actually improve that thing further and we can enhance further so that efficiency of our working for different aspects of the institute improves.
First, before responding to your question, I would like to use my small little time to reflect on the IIT Jodhpur's program of activities and make my own thinking after reading the things. I have looked at the research profile of the IIT Jodhpur in the last 8 years, from the 2017 to the 2022 now. Morning, I was looking at the whole thing. I think in 2017, you were able to, Jodhpur was producing about 175, 790, so 780 papers. Now you have reached almost 500. It means in a 5 years' time, you have increased your publication rate by 20%. I think this is a very unusual, very extraordinary achievement for an institution, because I have not seen this kind of an increase in any of the IIT system, old IITs. The 20% increase is not there at all, because I know the data. Okay, this. But one should not be complacent with just increasing the 20% of the volume of the publication. I only appeal to faculty members and the students to see this is proportionate increase in the quality index. That is the kind of impact these publications can make. I think this is what is required to be done. Otherwise, you will become less like any other university system. Just, I don't want to go further. I just mention this point and leave it at that one to ponder about it. How do you do this one? What the impact is, what kind of a publication brings about a higher impact, originality, creativity, ideas, new ideas. It is not just ditto publishing, just changing things. This is one thing I would like. Now, second point that what I have to, perhaps it's my mind now after reading yesterday, listening to your presentation. You have 3D printing, it's just what you have developed. That's what I noticed yesterday, things and all. And you have a collaboration with the AIMS, the things. And the Rajasthan, which is known for Jaipur foot, that is an organ, what is used for the disabled people. I think now with the 3D printing and all, there is no efforts in the other countries to make a human organs, including the lungs and various other organs, by using this kind of 3D printing. So that perhaps this can be explored, okay, in a larger scale, so that this requires, of course, enormous efforts, people coming together, medical people, and social, all kinds of people, not just simply an engineering materials man or a manufacturing man or an engineer or a surgeon or a thing and all. It requires many more people to act and all. This is one thing perhaps I wanted to bring. Then looking at this Jaipur, because as you said, the strategic area in the border area, I think it's a required. Perhaps you can initiate work on the the mass production of the drones mass production for military applications, miniature with these drones are more effective in terms of its consumable electronics and various other navigation things, cameras, sensors and all. In fact, at Anna University, where there was a vice chancellor, perhaps Anna University is the only university in the country which had a capability to design, manufacture, test and use the drones for things. I sent a team here to the Mahajan. Some big contest was held in the Jaisalmer, and I think they won the prize. But in a university system, it is very difficult to move anything to decision. Everything is blocked by the secretary if I don't go along with him. But most of the time I was not going along with him, so I had a problem with him. So so this is but IIT has no such problems. So this is the drones, because recent war in either in the Russia, Ukraine, or they use the Turkish drones and all these things. I think the country also wants to become a hub for the drones. Of course, for everything you want to become a hub. I don't know how far you will achieve. That is one thing, limitations we should know, what we can achieve, what we cannot achieve, and all these things. Also the things. So these are the things. And the other thing perhaps is, I think I'll stop at one. Now coming to the collaborative program, how to improve the efficiency. You already mentioned how IIT Jodhpur is working with its faculty, students, alumni, and you have the startup, you have the skill center, and all. You also mentioned you are going into the rural area, or putting up the water plant and all, what is called the non-academic partners of the IITs. Okay, they are not academic people, non-academic from the public, from the society. I think all these people put together, and when you have the international collaboration, from the spectrum of collaboration and the interaction is a very large spectrum. It is not necessarily faculty, students, and research collaborators. Just go beyond that one. Then your ideas will get much more focused and more meaningful idea. It's a solution to the local problems, which ground realities can emerge. I think this is where I think needs to be done. We forget about it. We always try to sit in the ivory tower, and we don't talk to other people. Okay, this habit has to change. That is what those countries in those have been able to successful. It is not their brain, how the brain functions together. I think this is where I think people have done on all it. And somebody was asking Mr. Garg about the music. Bringing the music. We have a faculty at the NIAS, National Institute for Advanced Studies, who did PhD in Harvard. She has training that music on the effect on the neurons in the mind, how that will change the focus of the mind and bring about the best potential, highest potential. I think this is where, again, the interplay between the social sciences and things and the technological sciences, I think this is a common now, because people have to economist, social science, history, and all. So this is what needs to be done, and all these things. So I think this is a thing. I also want to tell you one more thing. Perhaps I have to share my concern. Okay, because when I look at the performance of the other institutions, recent the Stanford ranking and all, the number of people participating in the top 1 lakh scientist group and all, where India stands, where other countries stands, I think leave alone. We can say there's an excuse that we don't have resources to establish special laboratories. where to produce at a high quality, impactful research, innovative ideas, disruptive technology. You take the disguise and you get an excuse under that one, and somehow you defend ourselves and keep going. But how about in the liberal arts and the economic and the sciences, social sciences? So I see, if you look at this one, in India, if you look at this, within 1 lakh scientists, there is not even a single economist which figures in this list. Whereas University of Berkeley, California has got 13 people. Economics doesn't require, big resources. It's only a brain which works, which takes the model. Data is available everywhere. I think, in fact, much of the data, more, especially these countries, developed countries use, they are more eager to share much of the data openly than ourselves. You think everything is secret, you don't even talk about other one, what you are doing. They think that you will steal the ideas. And one cannot steal the idea and suspect all the time. One can steal for a little bit, but when people will come to know, one must be much more be frank enough, open mind. And then only I think, you may lose it, but it's gain in the long run. So this is how I interpret the kind of a requirement, perhaps I'm sure the Jodhpur will play in the coming years with all its efforts. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. The evolution of older IITs and new IITs have happened in a very different scenario. In our case, we have a large number of young faculty members, so we have also very different kinds of challenges. So now I request Professor Mathur to inform us that what steps we should take so that in the future we can actually improve our collaboration, we can improve our research as well as quality of research. So after that, we will keep the floor open for the audience, and we will have question and answer session for 10 minutes. Professor Mathur, please.
Well, I guess IIT Jodhpur is no longer a new IIT.
Relatively, sir, I am comparing with older IITs, which are almost
the older IITs. I think one of the main differences when the new IIT started, as opposed to the older IITs, was that you see, after this business in India, we have the central governments and we have the state governments. And very often, the two are not on the same page.
Sir, I wanted to say that
No, I'm coming to that.
Yeah.
So I'm just coming to that. So when the new IIT, the 8 new IITs began, the biggest challenge was to try and get these two parties on the same page and get at least the land allotted. That was one, never mind starting an institution, but that was something. So I think all of the 8 IITs went through that problem. The second part was that you start an IIT where you have the director, a senior person, usually from an older IIT or an ISC or Institute of Eminence, and you have a lot of young faculty.
Yes.
Okay, the faculty which are appointed by the director. And of course, there was a concept of mentoring institutes. So, for example, IIT Indore had IIT Bombay, my own institute, and all the other IITs had their own mentoring institutes, one of the older IITs. And then you have some senior professors from the mentoring institutes in the initial stages offering help by way of teaching. That, I think, did not quite go down as well as we had expected, in the sense that the people who were available were those who had quite a bit of spare time. Now, for a new IIT, the kind of people who are required are people who are very busy, very active, and lead by example, not just in teaching or in governance, but also in their research, because this is how it is considered that new IITs would take off with a much greater level of research as compared to the older IITs per faculty, per capita, and a more impactful research by way of offering their curriculum, designing a curriculum in such a way at the undergraduate level, greater research component. So what happened was the pressure fell on that one person right at the top to take care of all of these things, trying to bring the state and the central governments on the same page, creating a governance system, which would continue the legacy of the IIT system, absolutely without doubt, one of the best in the world. and at the same time lead by example by continuing his or her research at the highest levels so that the young faculty would also follow that example. And of course, creating the infrastructure and looking after the construction and shifting from the temporary campus to the challenges were absolutely, I think this is something which the ministries never anticipated, that it's too much for, what they should have done was, given the land, created the boundary wall, and then appointed the director. So at least one aspect was taken care of. The other challenge was, and still is, in fact, to a greater extent, because over the years, what has happened is I think there's a lesser and lesser desire of Indians abroad to come back to India. In fact, we are seeing a reverse. More and more Indians are leaving the country. So this is a big challenge now for the IITs. How do you get good people to join IITs? Because IIT Indore, for example, and Ropar, I think 80-90% of the faculty are those who have got their degrees or postdoc or some international exposure at some top level institution or university. Now, this is a big challenge. How do you do that? Constrained by the boundaries defined by the government, which are very similar to those of UGC. Some leeway is there, like a faculty in an IIT gets a slightly better enhanced salary compared to that. But apart from the recruitment, I think that the freedom which the IITs enjoyed 15 years ago, 20 years ago, where a director could go to Harvard, MIT, somewhere and just pick up an offer, make an offer to that person, and the person would join. I think that is no longer there now. That's not possible. So these are the constraints, I think, which we have to reverse, go back to where we were before. And these are the challenges now, I think. Just we should not forget our history. That's what I'm saying.
Yes.
What the older IITs did was successful. Only thing they lacked in was the level of research and development in the earlier years. After I think 2000 onwards, where the research funding increased, so many new schemes were introduced by the government. R&D just blossomed, it just went up, catapulted. IAC came into the international rankings and has been in the top 100 now consistently. I mean, that's an example. Why is that? Because IACs follow a slightly different model till now, fortunately, compared to the IITs. They've been able to preserve their legacy. And TIFR also, to a large extent, Tata Institutes. IITs, unfortunately, there's a little bit of a questionable aspect now. And we must come back to that level of autonomy. I think that's the most important message which we see now.
Sure, sir. So the floor is open for question and answer. Please raise your hand if you want to have, if you have any question or comments. Yeah.
Good morning, everybody. Very thankful to IIT Jodhpur for having us all here and be a part of this conclave. My name is Kamal Golia. A lot of good work has been done in India by the institutes, and thanks to that, earlier we were importing a lot of food grains, a lot of things. Today we are self-sufficient. Imagine what would have happened if we would have lost a lot of foreign exchange for cars and automobiles. Today we are almost self-sufficient. The way COVID has been managed, not only managed, the management has been exported so that other countries also benefit out of it. And even in telecom, we are at par with the world technology. Apple is putting its biggest plant in India. Samsung has one of the biggest plants in India. So these were some good areas which has really had a meaningful impact on the masses of India, and it has helped. the economy. I would like to know from the esteemed panelist, what are the next few areas or next 4 or 5 areas in which we feel it will have a meaningful impact if we do research or if we really implement the technology we have, and how it is going to benefit the Indian populace as well as the world. Thank you.
Can I answer this question?
Yes, Professor.
Thank you so much for asking a very relevant question. So if we talk about technologies which would be needed in future, see what happened. Manufacturing of cars in India actually came to a halt because of the chips were not coming to India. Semiconductor industry was not there in India to provide chips. So that this has to grow because semiconductor industries are very important ingredient in every part of life because of the uses of AI. Semiconductor is very important ingredient. So this one thing has to be developed. Second, when we are talking about electric vehicles, they have to be, they must grow at a very fast pace. We have to catch up with the world. In China, if we compare the number of EVs that are being manufactured and that are being used by people there, India is really lagging behind. Here also we have to move ahead. When we talk about renewable energy has to also has to grow in India. It is growing, but it has to grow at a larger pace. Then these IoT, cloud computing, AI, they are becoming part of life. Here also we have to grow and we have to make a mark where, see, everything has to be done in India. When I'm talking about students coming from different countries, coming to these institutions, we want that these institutions should be equivalent or at par with any of the institutions. Like it has happened now. We have Vande Bharat train. We could manufacture this COVID vaccine. So a lot of things have happened. Now, why this cannot happen in education also? Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. Any other question from anybody? Yeah.
Morning, sir. My name is Manoj. I am from TDK. Similar. See, we are into a catch-up business. So we get to know from the external world and then we are into a catch-up business. Like Professor Supra said that, okay, now we will be after developing a military drone or we'll be after developing the EV automotive sector. So, sir, is there a vision that we should be the first and the best in the world? Is there a forum where these things are discussed that we should be the first and the best in the world? And another thing is, is there a forum where the various diversified area, okay, is decided that okay, which IIT or which academic institution will go after which area? As an example, if two IITs are working on the same area, that's good, but that's not so good as well. You know, because we have so many priorities to deal with it. So is there a forum or some place where this is decided that how do we develop expertise in different field and we don't clash with each other? Thank you, sir.
Yeah, please.
You know, this business of catch up, I think you're absolutely right. We seem to be always talking about this thing. 30, 40 years ago, would anyone have predicted what a cell phone would be or that you would be able to look at a picture and talk to someone? No, it evolved. It evolved as a result of very good fundamental research in electronics and you know, electrical engineering and physics. And then people in industry realized, yes, this discovery can be used to make what we call a cell phone. I don't think 30 years ago, a researcher in a laboratory was saying, yes, my aim is to make a cell phone. Nobody knew, no, you know, or an electric vehicle of the type which we see running now. Nobody could have visualized. These discoveries and inventions have come up because of the work on batteries. Okay, now we are all going hung-ho about lithium being it's too late. Lithium batteries are going to be phased out. Are we working on vanadium? No, nobody is even. No, this is unfortunately how society is kind of misled that, that this is what we do. As far as COVID, yes, well, I think there are two sides to the story. I don't want to get into that. I think a lot has to be learned how not to do things. A lot of people got killed, a lot of people lost their lives. And I think let's not keep on talking about how well we managed COVID. I'd rather not speak on that. But coming back to technology development thing, I think I again go back to the, my introductory remarks where discoveries are made in laboratories. Let's be very clear. A concept is discovered. Then you go on to the next stage. You build on it, and then somebody realizes, well, maybe we can use this to make something. Not the other way around. We don't know what the gadget of evidence will be 20 years from now. And start working on it. We don't know. During the London Olympics, this in an extensive manner, the city of London was revolutionary. I mean, it became absolutely world class. One of the things was their underground railway network. They started employing driverless trains. Was it big news? No, nobody, but the public were enjoying it. So I think this business of, one train being started, I think we kind of overplay it. We need to just get back to our laboratories and continue working on doing what we are good at. Electrical engineering department, the faculty member whose expertise is in a certain area, allow that person to spend his time there and do what he's good at, rather than saying, no, you will not do that, but you will make this. What that is something which is a catch-up idea. Because China is doing it, US has done it already 20 years ago, we need to do it. Too late. It can't be done. Rather, I would say the kind of expertise which IITs, ISCs, TIFRs enjoy, give them the freedom to work on their research and let other things evolve out of what they discover in the laboratories. And this is where the industry has to come in. Very close contact between industry and what is going on. What have you seen? Because the industry will be able to identify something which is exploitable. Where the professor in the laboratory or the research scholars would be so focused in, what the expertise is. And really, that's fine. They don't have the time. If you're going to be pushing the boundaries of science, you don't want to be worried about, okay, this is what I've discovered today. Can I use it in some gadget or some train or something? This is where the role of the industry is. They have to have very close contact with the research being carried out in the institutions in India. Does that make sense? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I think due to time constraint, okay, we can take last question and then.
Good, everybody. IITs. We don't require the IITs and big people and big money. We need only the attitude that we must keep our factory clean. Just like this way, this institution is very good. It is amazing in matter of cleanliness. But we are very poor. My employee said to me, I am from textile. तो मेरे employee ने मेरे को ये कहा कि हमको ऐसी जगह नहीं मिली जहाँ हम ठीक से खाना खा सकें. So it is very disappointing. We can do ourselves. Number 2, एक दूसरी बात ये है सर, हम परस्पर गुडनेस नहीं रखते. जैसे इफ आई एम टेक्सटाइल, तो मैं 5 व्यक्ति टेक्सटाइल को चुनूं, उसकी फैक्ट्री में जाऊं, उसकी फैक्ट्री से को देखूं और उसके एक्सपीरियंस का मैं फायदा लूं, एंड दैट विल बी वेरी गुड. और उसमें आपको आईआईटीज की जरूरत, मतलब बिग पीपल की जरूरत नहीं है, छोटे लोगों की जरूरत है। जहाँ तक बिग पीपल का सवाल है, और इंडस्ट्री का मेरे अपने आईआईटी से जो संबंध है वो बहुत अच्छा है, बहुत तारीफ के काबिल है। और ये हमारी प्रॉब्लम है। इवन एमएल माथुर जो बीच में वाइस चांसलर बने थे, ही हेल्प मी लॉट। तो मैंने स्काउरिंग का प्रोसेस सोल्व किया। मेरे पास डीएस मित्तल थे जो केमिस्ट्री के हेड ऑफ द फैकल्टी थे लांचू कॉलेज में, उन्होंने मेरी मदद की। तो डेट हेल्प्स, मतलब ये अच्छे लोग से अच्छी चीजें पैदा होगी ये निश्चित है। पर अपन को भी अपने लेवल पर जो कुछ करना है वो करना चाहिए। बस ये मेरी रिक्वेस्ट है। आपका कोई कमेंट हो तो कह दीजिएगा।
Anybody wants to comment on this?
No, I totally agree with you. And I think one of the things would be have staff from industry spend time at the IITs and vice versa. At IIT Indore, we started a culture where compulsorily part of the curriculum was that in the third year, students would engage in participating with a local industry in and around Indore, do a project which would be, and they would actually, quite apart from the project, the physical interaction between an IIT student, IIT faculty, and a medium level worker in the industry. That it's a question of culture. What you're saying, we have to do it ourselves. Sometimes the good practices can be shared. Why is IIT Jodhpur so neat and tidy and clean? It's a culture. The same person, perhaps, when he goes out of the campus, he's not so careful about littering the place. But at least inside the campus, that's the culture. And I think you're right. It has to be shared. Absolutely.
Yeah, thank you. So I sincerely thank our three panelists. They have provided excellent insight how to plan future of our IIT Jodhpur. And I'm sure that many insightful thoughts which they have shared, these thoughts will help us in shaping our future decisions and future practices. So once again, I thank on behalf of Institute and on my own behalf, all our three distinguished panelists. Thank you, sir. And now I request Dr. Kiran to present memento to our distinguished panelists. Thank you, sir. So now we will go for our next panel, panel 2. And I invite we have tea break, and after tea break, we will start our panel 2. So please join for the tea at outside the auditorium. Thank you. And please come back within 15 minutes because we are running late and we want to actually finish as per the schedule. So I request and urge all of you to complete tea break within 15 minutes and reassemble here. Thank you. 11:40. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, sir.
Good morning, everyone. Seeking your attention for the next session. The next session is titled Building Partnership with IIT Jodhpur for Impactful Contribution. So I would like to first welcome the panelists. As I welcome them, I'll also give a brief introduction of the panelists. First is Mr. Narendra Golia, sir. Of course, he's one of the biggest benefactors of IIT Jodhpur. He's also alumni of IIT Bombay and Stanford University. And he's been an entrepreneur managing Rishabh Enterprises. And he, sir, has a lot of interest in children education and setting up educational institutions. Sir, please sit down, sir. And of course, he's right now envisioning the JITO University as well. Of course, the list goes on, but in the interest of time, I will move on to the next panelist. The next panelist is Ms. Sanyam Maratha. She heads the CSR at Jamna Auto Industries, the second largest spring manufacturer in the world. And she has got more than 25 years of experience in social related activities. She's also done her post-graduation in social studies, social development. She's very deeply involved in child education and women empowerment. And she's been awarded multiple accolades, the more recent ones being she's been awarded the 2022 Woman Changemaker and also the Golden Globe Tiger Award in the Young CSR Leader category for 2022. Welcome, ma'am. I would like to welcome also Dr. Manoj Kisan Mandalik, sir. He is the Vice President of TDK Industries in India. He's also a PhD in IIC in high voltage engineering, and he has more than 21 years of hands-on experience in research and development. And he has worked in the entire life cycle, right from R&D to project management, and he knows the complete cycle of the industry. And he also has 5 patents and 10 publications to his credit. Welcome, sir. And I mean, Narendra is a very popular name in India these days. So I'd like to welcome the fourth panelist as well, Mr. Narendra Mandlik. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry, Dr. Narendra, Mr. Narendra Madan. I'm sorry, sir. And he belongs to the executive committee of the Pan IIT Alumni Association, Pan IIT India Alumni Association, and he is alumni of IIT Delhi from 1975, and he has been actively involved in the field of skill development recently, and he is also actively involved in the Rotary International. And welcome, sir. I request you to welcome the panelists with a round of applause. The context of this particular session is that IIT Jodhpur has a vision of being a future-driven institute for nurturing excellence and also to respond to societal challenges and aspirations. And as part of that, we have a mission mode in terms of forging effective collaborations and partnership with industry, academia, and our larger stakeholders. And we also are interested in creating futuristic ecosystems. So in this context, we have been asking a few questions. We have a few questions in mind I would like the panelists to answer is, what makes IITs and IIT Jodhpur in particular a more welcoming space for all the stakeholders? How can we encourage the invention to innovation objectives which we have? And how to, most importantly, enable the continued engagement of these kind of interactions with the stakeholders, and most importantly, how does IIT Jodhpur become a partner with its vision of a future-driven institute. So without much further ado, I know Mr. Madan has a time constraint here, so I would like to request him to open the comments with that.
Thank you very much for a very nice introduction. I take this opportunity to thank the director, Shantanu Chowdhury, for the courtesies which have been extended to us during this Friends of IIT Jodhpur. I'm really enjoying it. Unfortunately, because of time constraint, I had to leave early, and I seek your apologies for that. Yeah. I think even the earlier panel, things are what Professor Mathur has said. Today, what we are lacking is the industry connect. We are also moving towards an era where the government funding is getting reduced and the expenses of the institute is increasing at the same time, because they are going for expansions, they are going in for adding on things which they want to do in future. The only way I can see here is to have the better connect with the industry, because unless and until we become commercially viable, we can't ask for being autonomous. And unless and until you are an autonomous body, then you can't chart out your own progress path. I know this is a very complex situation, but I think that's the only way we can work together with the industry and then move ahead along with that. Yeah. We have a cell in every institution where we take the students who wants to have the internship with the industry here. And we need to also take these students to the industry, because unless and until the student gets an impression what the industry is doing, when they come out finally and seeking a job, they'll be able to better understand and relate themselves to the industry. And it's only this impact when they make it on the industry, the institute will be able to make impact here. Why the IITians all over the world are being preferred? For the simple reason, because wherever they move, they make an impact on they create a space for themselves in that industry or in that company. And that can only happen if you are trained properly during your graduation here. That's all I need to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I think the need to interact with industry is a very important aspect. As part of our curriculum here, we also have internships which we encourage for the students, and hope it will take a bigger chunk of the students' attention so that we can increase this interaction. And also, we are encouraging the faculty to interact more with the industry, and such events are actually important for us, including the industry day of last week. So the next, I would like to invite Sri Golia sir to share his opening remarks.
Hello, good morning, everybody. See, government has restrictions, although I'm not from any particular political party, but we understand the government has unlimited need of funds. They have funded the IITs. Today, they have got other priorities. We all know the way revenue is increasing for the government, but so are the needs. We all need good infrastructure, good roads, good. So I don't want to say they should not fund the IITs, but IITs having matured and now, let's say, grown up, they have passed the age of working age. So now they should really find their own avenues. What can be funding? There are two major areas I can think of. One is philanthropy and one is they earn their own bread. Philanthropy happens for the older IITs quite a bit. People complete their silver jubilee, golden jubilee. They come back and give. There are many people in various positions. They build a school, they build a department, they build a new hostel. They do many things, and I don't know percentage-wise. I've never done that homework, but they do get a fair amount of thing from philanthropy. The other main aspect is that they have to earn what they need to spend. They need to spend on undergraduates, and they need to earn from their graduate and postgraduates. Somehow we have been given an impression, and I would slightly differ from the academicians, that academics and industry cannot mix up, or whether the basic research cannot be used in the industry, or it cannot be directed. I have a strong view that a country like India, we need a lot of applied research, which actually stems from basic research. Now, somebody asked that question, okay, where will India lead? 5 areas where we will take a leadership position. And there can be, like they say, serendipity, can it be, can you do something about it, or it just comes when it comes? So same way, research to really take India into a leadership position can be partially guided and partially made, that when we do basic research, some applied research comes out of that. And that is what I've been stressing even in this green energy innovation center we are trying to set up, that we will take students who are more oriented to building a career in that area. Preferably, at least a few of them should become entrepreneurs. And then they give back to this thing. Or we can sell the technology. See, what happens is CSR, institutes like the various labs under CSIR, they make a lot of research. But I would be surprised if more than 5 to 10% of that research sees the light of the day. And if a focused way is adopted, I'm sure in the years to come, more and more, this percentage can go up, and we can have more research, either using the research which is done or directing the research so that it is done in an area. I mean, I also agree with some of the other panelists who said that we cannot force a professor to do a research in any area. But then with the kind of faculty that we have professors nearly in each area, of specialization. If you take electrical engineering, you take high voltage, you take green energy. Within green energy, you can have 6, 7, 8 areas of research. And people who can do that research should do the research. But finally, if we just publish a paper and leave it, I think we don't realize the full potential. We have to take it to the next this thing. So this is one point. Other is definitely, Indian philosophy also, and the world over we say, saput hai to kyon dhan siiche, kaput hai to kyon dhan siiche. So the money which many of the people who earn in their lives, if they leave it for the children, you never know, if they are capable, these children won't need it, and if they are incapable, they won't be able to retain it. So why not to do some good philanthropic activity, and why not to motivate, to go? And I mean, see, somehow I came in touch with Professor Chaudhary, and I'm born in Jodhpur, so I had some affinity towards this place. But there are many other people where probably we have to approach them. We have to create a small forum where we do this kind of seminars, invite people, talk to them, and show them the research which is already done and the research which can be done, so that we get more and more philanthropy. We all compare ourselves to MIT, Stanford, Berkeley, and all that. But what happens there is most of the money comes from graduates who have gone there, ex-students, people from the industry, and some portion, let's say a good portion also comes from research which they do either for the industry or for the government. Government also there. The US government is a big supporter of the research which is done at the universities. So we have to direct more and more of that, like we talked about drones, or we talk about defense, or we talk about anything. A lot of that related research can be done here. Papers, not only papers are published, but then that research is taken to a level where it can be fructified. And I think that is where the future lies. And we all talk of it, but we have to create a forum where industry and academia come much closer than they are. And already we see centers, set up here. either entrepreneurship or TISC or medical IIT Jodhpur is doing. But much more can be done to be able to bring the two together so that there's a directed research. These are my remarks. Thank you.
All the best.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Madan. And Dr. Mandlik, what is your views on, since you've been in R&D, in fact, in applied space, how do you think this gap can be made shorter and can be bridged in a more effective manner to connect basic research and applied research?
Okay. First of all, thank you, IIT Jodhpur, for inviting me. I'll say a filmy dialogue for that, you know. हम भाई है जो कुंभ के मेले में बिछड़े हुए हैं और इस मातृभूमि के लिए हमें साथ में आना बहुत जरूरी है. So when we see industry and academia, we cannot compare between industry and academia. Both have pool of talented people and infrastructure. But the thing is like that we are not collaborating. That's what is my feel. Okay, I came from a 20 years of R&D experience and background from a very good academic institution. Many a times I made an attempt to collaborate, but for one or another reason it couldn't go well. Okay, but I feel there is a requirement and necessity of the time for all of us to come together. We say India is the young country, and it has only meaning if we have the young people who are employable. I must admit this, the situation is not so good, beyond which I will say it's a horrible situation. Okay, it's very difficult to find a person who is employable. In olden days, in my era, or maybe before me, you know, the candidate who is selected was very happy. मुझे job मिला है. I think rather than the candidate, the interviewer is more happy today that okay, he got the candidate. Okay, that is the situation, sir. There are many areas where collaboration can happen and which is very required. There are very painful area where industry wants solutions. As all of us know that it is difficult for a scientist to survive in an industry because he is a scientist. He has to take his own time. He or she has to take own time and come up with the solution and should have a lot of freedom to think. That freedom, I think, can be made available and is available in academia. Okay, where you don't have restrictions of time, yeah, I mean it at everybody is after priority, but the priorities are not like industry that everything is required yesterday. Here one can have a peace of mind to work with this. So a lot of things can be invented and can be used for industry. The importance is to understand the problem, to understand the domain. There are many industries in India which really do not have expertise in this country. Maybe industrial pool or the pool from the academia. Okay, where I will give a specific example of dielectric material. Okay, because I am from that domain. So I feel, okay, a lot of things, inventions happen outside and then we copy that invention or we are in a follow-up game to catch up that invention. So certain areas which needs to be identified where we do not really have a good strength in this country. And these areas can be targeted to come together. So that's one important thing, sir. Another, very shortly, I'll say, it's not that, okay, all the infrastructure is available at academic institution, but industry do have certain good infrastructure. Take my own example. Maybe 10 years ago, we had electron scanning microscope. And the situation is hardly in 1 or 2 months, somebody will touch it. Okay. So, sir, such infrastructure is available for you. Okay, and you shouldn't be shy of approaching industry or taking this feedback from the industry. If industry has some infrastructure which can be used for the benefit of the academia, it need not be strictly related with that industry. As an example, somebody who has a medical application or some different application comes to an industry. my management will not be, shy to say no, or no, we will not provide this opportunity. So that kind of appreciation is always there. So such opportunities can be explored and can benefit to both of us. Another thing is, as since morning we are saying that the best thing is the prime most important is produce good students. So some of the people from the industry can come here, can learn here, and improve their skill. This is happening. I'm not saying this is not happening. For the country of our scale, the multiplication is very, very important. Whatever I said is, I'm very sure that this is already happening, but I'm talking only about multiplication and the scale at which we have to do it. One of the area which is very ignored is we work for product innovation, material innovation, but the countries like China, where process innovation have taken them to a different level, and that can be one area for industry and academy to collaborate and work on the process innovation, so that the productivity of the industry will go high and it will benefit to both of us. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Doctor. Yes, I think there is a need to cooperate more. And I'll come back to this question later is, while we work together, how do we create value together? At the same time, how do you share the value? How do each party appropriate the value? Maybe that's something we will come to when we take this discussion forward. I'd like to invite Ms. Maratha to speak on, we have talked about industry connect, but there's a very important partnership with the social connect. So where do you see, how do you see IIT should reach out, or how should the society reach out to IIT both ways? I mean, what are your thoughts on that? Especially with respect to STEM, where since you're working with women empowerment, where do you see what is the role of IIT and increase those partnerships? And we do have certain connects right now, like open house, which you will witness if you're here later today. Last time it was 7,000. I say 7,000 because after 7,000, we stopped counting the number of people who came here. So I guess it must be much more. But I think there are events, but what are your thoughts how to increase this partnership and involvement of the society?
A very lovely good afternoon to all of you. First of all, I would like to congratulate to the management of these institutions, all the faculty members and students. Such a lovely institute you have. I'm really impressed. It's so beautiful. I'm keep going to Delhi IIT, but I have never had this type of feeling which I am having here. So the credit goes to all of you who are keeping well-maintained campus here. And it's a great, opportunity and privilege for me to be here. I'm not from the IIT sector, and it's a keep, making me learn to hear all of you people here. I'm from a different sector, social development sector. And now in the time of CSR, there are a lot of, scopes of, emerging IT sectors, education sectors, CSR, industries, everything can, go side by side. So in the time of today's, while we are talking about Make in India, Digital India, and India shining or India superpower. So I can see a great scope here in IT sector, that how CSR can help IT sector, because I'm keep hearing from different people that fund is a big challenge. Government is cutting, funds for IITs. Definitely, it's a very big, concern. But when we talk about CSR, then we are quite hopeful, because CSR, can help IITs and other educational sectors to sustain, to empower, and to, deliver good in future. So because I'm really impressed by the title of this conclave, we are friends of IIT. And once we are in friendship, we are more responsible, we are more committed. So I feel that when we are talking about the engagement, so there are many sectors where, industries can help IT sectors and other academics institutions. Like in our company, we are sponsoring, deserving students, needy students for higher education. We are giving, scholarships for the research projects, for the, startups. Startups are very much in fashions these days. So industries can help, students to take initiatives in that field. Mentorship, fellowship, performance, awards to the faculty and the students can be, initiated. Improving facilities and infrastructure. When we see the IT, IIT's buildings and infrastructure, it's quite impressive. But it will be a challenge in future once we have the lack of funding. So how we will sustain these, infrastructures and facilities. So in that way, CSR funding can be a big support to help, these institutions to build up and to sustain in future. Then also what I feel, because we focus more on making engineers, creating pulling fresh talents, nurturing them. In social development sector, we also focus, like in my early panel, somebody said that we are focusing more on making good human beings also. So while we talk about social development sector, we always focus how to give revert back to the society, how to revert back to the environment. So through IITs, one area is how we should help IITs from industry point of view. And the second area, how we can help the society and how we can help the environment through IITs. These two points are in my mind. One, we will help IITs to develop, to nurture good talent, to create good engineers for future. And secondly, through this talent, how we can help the society, how we can help the underprivileged, how we can help the communities in your surrounding areas to develop, to empower, to sustain. So these 2 points are main in my mind, and from this platform I would like to discuss, and I would like to share my ideas that how it can be helpful. Charity begins at home, definitely. We will start from our institutions, but we need to look forward in our surroundings areas also, in our surrounding villages, in our surrounding communities, that what kind of support is required over there in terms of environment management. In yesterday's presentations, Professor Shantanu shared that you are working with few government schools where you are, I think, trying to provide them potable drinking water and waste management and other things. That's very appreciable. We need to take care. We need to take care of our surroundings in terms of environment management, in terms of education, health and hygiene, women empowerment, because Rajasthan is a state of artisans. So we need to, promote local, talent, local art. So these all are the areas where industries can play a big role as a collaborator, and we can, plan a good engagement plan in future.
Thank you, ma'am. I'll just taking a thread from your thought. CSR is one way to connect the society and the industry, but how do you insert this academic conversation there? Even though we can work within our environment, how would you like to bring in academia into the conversation, which especially with respect to your CSR activities?
In academia, actually, we are currently, I'm just talking about my company. I'm working with Jamna Auto Industry, and I have completed 12 years with the same company. So in our company, we are, promoting education. We are working in the remote areas of Jharkhand with tribal communities. We are working in Haryana rural areas. We are working in Mewat and in, MP's region also. So basically our 80% beneficiaries are from rural communities. And academic point of view, we are offering scholarships to the deserving students, like I mentioned. We are trying to help, to build good facilities and infrastructure in educational institutions. We are supporting, education staffs in terms of training programs, their capacity buildings and all. So this is right now we are doing with, we are working with the government educational institutions and colleges and the professional institutions. Recently, since last 2-3 years, we have started working on the skill training program also for the rural students. We have set up skill training centers, and we have a collaboration with NABARD and other, agencies to, improve their skills and to create more better livelihood opportunities for the rural students. When I talk about the IIT point of view, so definitely, because what I feel, I work with the communities and I'm very much in touch with the people on the ground. What I feel, being a student of IIT, IIM is a big dream today in the, society. my employee, a basic, show floor employee can't dream that his or her son, can be admitted in IIT and IIM. So what we can plan, we can sponsor such students. We can give them scholarships to be, here and to have a privilege, to study in IITs or IIMs. So this can be a big support for them. Secondly, to help in terms of facilities and infrastructure, again, I would like to mention that creating good facilities is very much important in today's time. So in that point of view, we can help in the academics, improvements from CSR point of view also.
Thank you, ma'am. Maybe you can think about instituting a few scholarships here for students who are already part of IIT, and that would help. I mean, a lot of them come from economically challenged sections, and that would be a great help. So through your CSR, if you could think about that or establishing here, it'll be nice. Thank you for that thought. Sri Golia, you talked about funding being from philanthropy or self-generated, and you're an entrepreneur yourself. And we have this huge entrepreneurship ecosystem coming up in India, and IIT Jodhpur has the Innovation and Incubation Center, and we have a few startups. How do you think that is an avenue through which also we can generate funds in the terms of how do we create value and help those startups come up? And is there something through which IITs can build a mechanism to take part in that value creation and appropriate some value? What are your thoughts, sir?
See, there's long-term and short-term. Innovation, entrepreneurship, and startups, they actually need money. So we can't generate money from them. We can generate money from them in the long term. Tomorrow, if you go and take a certain, because you are nurturing them and you are supporting them in the earlier years, you can take a percentage share, but that share will get value when in 10, 15, 20 years, that company really grows and goes public, and when it produces something. And then we also know what is the percentage results. If we support 10 industries, probably 2, 3, 4 will go to a success story. Not to say that we should not do it. Definitely we should attempt this, but more has to be in the short term, in the sense that these people, in fact, if you want to have a real good startup culture within the campus or with the ex-students of IIT Jodhpur, then you have to give them many things for the first 5 years until they graduate. So therefore, again, that will need funding, and that has to come from established industries or from people who are graduated 15, 20, 25 years ago, and today they are successful in what they are doing. But see, the major question, again, I repeat what I just said in my opening remarks, that the government will only give you what they give you, whatever you may go and do to them. There are people sitting, there are political parties, they have their own agenda, they have their own priorities, and therefore more and more has to be done. So the way we are discussing, this is a big forum. I think in a small round table, we have to evolve newer kinds of avenues where how either through research, continued education, or some new methods, which I really cannot tell you exactly what new methods can be looked at, but I'm sure, like, when we say necessity is the mother of invention, now there's a necessity for funds here. And therefore, we have to really innovate on what are the avenues. Maybe some other institutes are doing it. Some of that can be looked from them. But otherwise, IIT Jodhpur, or any other IIT for that matter, have to come out with some method which is a win-win. See, finally, industry only up to a point will do CSR. And not to say that we should not look for that. But we know CSR today, I mean, I'm in the industry and I know how much demand. Everybody thinks CSR is unlimited pool of money. It is not, It's only 2% of the average profits of last 3 years, which is not a lot of money. There is money, but there's no, and plus the demand is so much, I mean, so many people, koi education chala raha hai, koi hospital chala raha hai, koi villages mein kaam kar raha hai, koi pani mein kaam kar raha hai. Everybody is looking for that. So finally, the major funds only can come from industry, and it can only come when, see, industry works on a pure profit motive. Whatever you say, CSI and all is good, up to a certain percentage they will give, after that they will stop. So the industry has to be shown some benefits. It could be little long term, it could be medium term. May not be short term in the sense that I do something today and in the next 6 months or 1 year I want to get results. You can look at it long term. We always talk about children who are there. So many children still are deprived of education. Sometimes I wonder to myself if the people who get an opportunity to learn in India can produce the kind of brains we have produced and manage the kind of corporations we are managing. Just imagine if the whole India had this opportunity, all the villages, all the smaller towns. If we could attract talent from there, I'm sure we could manage corporations in every part of the world. And we should attempt to do that. We should try to get children. Now, if these kind of things are shown to the industry and they take credit that, okay, Patna, we have all heard of that person who is doing a lot of work, Super 30 or something, whatever they call him. Now, if we can have a Super 30 in each city and he gets children not necessarily from the cities and the big towns who anyway have opportunities, but he goes to the smaller villages, a village with 1,000 people, 2,000 people, and if we can get them, but then the industry has to be shown some reward. So that is what I'm saying. I want to start a dialogue, but I don't know where we can take it. But if a group of people sit together, related people from different fields, I'm sure we will come with models which will solve some of the problems we are discussing. I repeat, necessity of the mother of invention. Today we have a need. We have to sit and do it. I mean, in industry also, we have many problems when we do R&D. I'm also basically from a R&D focused organization like Manoj is. And we do a lot of, both inventions, discoveries, product development. And there are problems which take 6 months, 1 year to solve, but we overcome all of them. And I fully support Manoj that there's so much equipment available. I would say either way, I would extend his argument. Not only that industry has a lot of equipment which researchers from academia can use. Vice versa, I'm sure academia has a lot of knowledge, lot of tools, lot of equipment, lot of students, which industry, if they come together, that's why I'm saying if we sit together and start dialoguing, solutions will be found. And I think it is in the interest, like Mr. Madan said before he left, that it is really important that something is found, and so the independence of the institutes can be this thing. See, otherwise, if you go to somebody, the moment he gives you money, then he wants to put some kind of a pressure on you. अब यहाँ पे तो we cannot take students from any industry, Otherwise, people say, okay, I'll give you so much donation, but take 3 of my students in your institute. All of us know IIT is a independent organ. There is no way you can influence anybody in the JEE. I always remember, there was Professor Bose in IIT Bombay. His own son couldn't get into IIT. He couldn't get into IIT. So that's not an avenue we can think of. But for sure, there will be avenues we can evolve, which will help and create a newer model from what it was. Last 40, 50 years, IITs have got used to, let's say, a major portion of the budget coming from the central government. But going forward, it is no longer true. But I'm sure when we sit together, we'll find solutions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. It's a very important point for us to sit together. So maybe we will, as part of the continuous engagement, we should think about forming a formal forum where we can have industry participants and institute participants and other social participants as well, where we can take this engagement forward. So we will take this as an action point to work upon that. Dr. Mandlik, sir said about long-term versus short-term, and that's where the inherent conflict, perhaps, if I use the word conflict, comes between why we are lost in the Kumbh Mela, right? So I want to go for a long dip in the Ganga, and you want to have a short dip. We are quarterly oriented, yearly oriented, profit oriented. We are looking at the 5 years down the line. We are looking at technology which is not even yet there, and we have to visualize scenarios which may not even exist today. So given this basic tension, if you will, how do you think we can bridge this gap between the short-term focus and this long-term focus? How can we engage maybe the industry for a longer term and also deliver something in shorter term from the academia? What are your thoughts on that, sir?
Something I will add more to this is
it's not always true that we want everything yesterday. There's something industry is looking for tomorrow and for day after tomorrow as well. It is for us to detail and then understand, okay, what is yesterday and what is tomorrow and day after tomorrow. So engagement can be on both front. Okay, I'll give a very specific example. Let's say somebody is stuck up in my lab with a very low value of inductance measurement. Okay, so that at least I cannot wait for a week, 2 week or somewhere. Okay, and it cannot be a very big consultancy project as well. Okay, a small thing. Okay, but such initiatives also can be perfect for collaboration. Certain things which are for the industry is the industry wants a clue, wants a guidance. Okay, for example, the way out. Okay, if that is discussed, then maybe in 2 months, 3 months, the industry person can do experiment and can have the result of that particular thing. And when we talk about long term, is we have to find out, like you yesterday we see the vision and the mission. Okay, statement. So each industry has its vision statement also. So one, to align with that or to achieve that vision statement, there are long-term goals. And the partnership is required for them also, but how to come together? Okay, let's say today this discussion has triggered thoughts in many minds. Okay, there are such opportunities are available, but there can be an intense discussion as well. Why not to have a kind of workshop? Why not to have a kind of a fair where we go and we talk about 2-3 days? I yesterday made an attempt to see the laboratories, but I was having 1.5 hours. So, I was like this in whole IIT. What is that I can see in 1.5 hours? And where will it lead to me? Okay. Many things is not only the technology, the frequency of the professor, the frequency of the person who is coming to the professor should also match. And we have to find that the cross section, which is important for both of us. I don't know whether I have answered you or not answered you, but short term, long term, any goal needs a discussion. Any goal needs a detailing. Any goals will need a better interaction. If we produce opportunities for that, I think we'll meet the objective.
Let me add something here. See, I studied at Stanford, and I remember professors there actually had targets on what percentage of their salary they should earn back. Now, is that a model which can work here? It can start with a very low percentage, just 2% of your salary over a year or accumulated over 2 years. You have to earn from consultancy. The professor goes in the industry, sits there for, let's say, 1 day or half a day in a week, understands the problem. And that's how we come today. What happened? Honestly, industry rarely goes to the academia or the IITs or for that matter, and professors never go to the industry, why is it so far away? Maybe first 5, 10, 20 visits may not be so useful, but I'm sure if they go again and again, understand the problems, discuss the problems, even if they can't do it, they say, okay, a colleague of mine can do it. Maybe somebody in the metallurgy department can do it. Somebody in the mechanical engineering can do it. Some such models have to be evolved, and we all academia has to become independent, but has to earn, rather than just dole, either dole from the central government. I'm sorry, I'm using the word dole. It's not the right word, but whatever, let's say grant from the central government, loans from the central government, or philanthropy. These are some proportion can be done from that, but most of it, I think if we do it, I really can give you the model of what some institutes abroad do it. And as you go along, as the professor progresses in his career, he increases the kind of consultancy which he does or money which he earns for the institute that he works for. So that's another model, but I'm sure we can work on more such thoughts, unless there's a restriction from the central government that professors cannot. But I don't think there's any such thing, So we have to really find our own. Yeah. The future, yeah.
So specifically on the thought, IIT Jodhpur is a young institute. 15 years, we are in troublesome teens, if you want to call it that way. A lot of our faculty are budding, very young, yeah, just finished maybe their PhD in the past few years, and they are trying to find their pathway. What are the thoughts you will give to them to see how they can go on this consultancy path? It's easy to say, but is there any 2 or 3 or 4 things which they can start practicing or doing, which can eventually help them in the consultancy practice? That would be very useful, sir.
No, see, as Manoj said, there are many, many problems in the industry, and they try to find within their own sphere of activity how they can solve it. If these two things can come together, let's say you pick 4 or 5 industries from Jodhpur, let's say fair size industries, minimum doing 30, 40, 50 crore turnover. And they would be having either R&D problems, production problems, process problems, quality problems, so many issues, And not only that the expertise is available, but expertise can also be developed, It's something which if you and I sit together, you don't have a solution, I don't have a solution. But probably the two together by arguing, discussing, debating, and going on. So somewhere if the professors do that to a couple of industries, we will make a model which succeeds. I'm sure it will be possible that
Speak maybe, how do they get their first break? Always a first break for a person at individual level is challenging. So is there any clue you can get? Should there be, is it a push factor or a pull factor? How do you suggest that?
No, see, at the moment, IIT needs it. So we have to take the initiative. For industry also needs it. See, you are right, what is the first step, But again, I said, you have to be ready. See, we get rejected. Now, what do we do for a marriage proposal? You go and knock the doors. You get rejected once, twice, thrice, 4 times. Eventually, you find the right partner, which works both ways. Same thing is industry. If you go to industries, first time they'll say, humko kya karna hai? ठीक है, तुम तुम्हारे, हम हमारे, Maybe you will get 1 or 2 such answers, But the third or the fourth time, you go and, okay, you say, oh, I just come to understand you. The way we have come to see IIT, you come and see the industry. What are you doing? What are you not doing? Where can we help you? Is there something we can help you with? Is there a product? See, industry has many, many problems, quality is one. Productivity, India is becoming a high cost. Although we say India is a low cost country, India no longer is a low cost country. Sorry to say, but I have employed people at 2 rupees a day. 60 rupees a month. No, I'm not joking. So in my life, I've done that. I'm talking about the late 60s, early 70s. Today, the lowest salary we give is 15, 16,000. Probably some states have even higher minimum salaries. We may be lower salary compared to Europe and America. So therefore, productivity, quality, reliability, repetitiveness, all these are areas where enough work can be done if we start something. The way we have thought of this center, we don't know where it will end up. But shuru to kar rahe hain, कुछ तो भी, नींव तो डाल दी कल, end में क्या. Now, same way, a नींव in this area, where we go and talk to the industry, we spend couple of hours, not let me say not couple of hours, couple of days, in the industry, not knowing where it will lead to, but for sure it will lead to something. It's possible.
Sir, one thing just I would like to add on to this is, what is required is more and more opportunities. And we are in the era of communication, where every meeting need not be a physical meeting, every gathering need not be a physical gathering. So explore such opportunities, okay? It's quite cost effective for you and industry as well. If we have webinars, web meetings, web discussion, and we should have fixed target, but maybe a casual discussion will also help us. Many things happen when you say, where is the first break? Maybe in my imagination, Golia sir must be knowing somebody over here. Okay, which he file is comfortable. He also felt there is a big name over this, and the discussion might have triggered. That is what we call as networking and the benefit of networking. So explore such opportunities, okay, where, now I know few professors over here. So I am very sure that if I get stuck up, I will look for an opportunity to collaborate with them. So more and more people, okay, should come together. And the word friend is very important. Okay.
So Operation Toast, if you will. Yeah.
So that will lead us to fruitful happenings, sir.
Thank you so much. I think that's a very, very good insight that the first step, which is always the most difficult perhaps, is that we need to experiment, be comfortable with failures, and if you want to call it that word, So I think academics have to become entrepreneurs is the message you're saying in a very short, very small form. And I think I agree. And I think some of us listening here will certainly take that forward and put the first step forward. Uh, Ms. Sanyam, the same question about how do we connect with the social. We do a lot of stuff locally. How do we measure the effectiveness and ensure this partnership continues with the society and contributing to society? It's not just going to a school on a Sunday and teaching and coming back. It's not. How do we? What are the parameters which we should be looking at to ensure that we are constantly engaged in this mission?
See, engaging in community welfare is not a hobby so far. Earlier, people were doing charity, and it was just a hobby, or few were really interested, but that was just for few hours, for few days, or making a dharamshala, or making a room in a dharamshala, or distributing blankets, and all were the charity acts earlier, and quite well recognized and appreciable. Now the time has been changed, so we can't measure anything in few hours or in a few days. What I suggest that your students, of course we are nurturing them as good engineers for future, but they should be good engineers in community development also as well. So they should be engaged on regular basis in community development programs. You can adopt some villages close by, you can adopt some slum areas or some communities close to your vicinity, and you can fix particular hours, particular days for your students for the community development work, and then give them project based activities, and then a good plan, a measurable plan, which you can measure at the end of their academic year, or at the end of their uh, degree time, or whatever is that. So that should be measured, and that should be acknowledged, like your own degree, that how much hours they have spent in the community, and in which particular projects they have worked, and what is the outcome of that project. Measure in that way, and then you recognize that student. I think that's the more strategically planned, and put some budget for the welfare programs also. I don't know from where you will create it, from the funding, or from the government grant, or from the your own earning and all, but there should be a particular budget for the community development projects for your students, where they can work properly, they can create some change, they can bring some value to that program or to that community. I would like to add here also that we need to focus more. I don't know, I whatever I have heard, or I have learned, or I have read, that still we need a lot of women empowerment programs in the state. So we need to focus in that area also. Okay, we will work for the environment benefit, we will work for the education and other things, but we need to focus more on the women empowerment activities, more on their education, more on their health and hygiene. I'm working on a project in Haryana rural communities. Still, adolescent girls, they don't know about their personal hygiene. Government is, showing lot of fundings on installing of sanitary vending machines and incinerators in the educational institutions. But when you'll go on the ground, you will see there is nothing. Either it's not installed, and if it was installed, it's not working, it's out of order, no one is using, still the situation is very bad. So we have taken this responsibility in our CSR program. Wherever we are working, in any village, in Anganwadi centers, in government schools, even in degree colleges, we are installing these machines. And on the side by side, we are educating young girls how to maintain their personal hygiene. We are creating awareness lectures, we are having lot of awareness drive programs to make them sensitize on their personal hygiene. And now I'm really glad, while I'm sharing with you, that the ratio of their illness and their problems due to unhygienical conditions. It's much better and it's improved now. So such type of outcomes need to be measured. Only just going to the community, spending Sundays over there, spending or celebrating your birthdays, anniversaries over there, and just having few photographs with the destitutes and posting on the social media and other things, that doesn't mean CSR or the we can call it ISR also, individual social responsibility. So we need to sensitize our students seriously in the field of development sector, and I'm quite sure they will bring a great change because they are technically trained, they are educationally trained, they are from such type of atmosphere and an environment. So while they'll go to the communities, they will meet to the underprivileged students or children or the women in the communities. Definitely there will be a great change in the community.
Thank you, ma'am. Very well said. I think we need to also curate long-term programs with the student and need to measure the outcomes. In fact, one step towards that is that our management students have a specific social internship which they go to for a month and work with some social organizations. But yes, these are small steps. I think what you said, we need to take it forward for the larger student community. I mean, a lot of pockets of work is happening, but I think we need to perhaps take it forward, like you said. Thank you for those very interesting thoughts. With that, in the interest of time, I'd like to open the floor for questions. Yes. Yeah. The mic is coming to you, sir.
Oh, carry
Yeah.
on. Carry on then.
No, actually, give him the mic if you don't mind. Yeah. He'll give it. Go ahead, ma'am. Go ahead, professor.
So this is a slightly different topic I would like to delve on, and which has been concerning me, meaning I've been concerned about a little bit. So as you know, all these IITs are in remote locations. Many of these IITs are in remote locations, and we keep on talking about two-body problems. But if we can think about newer models where we take it as a two-body opportunity and kind of create social entrepreneurship hubs where we are able to engage the spouse community who are very, very qualified. But if IIT has restrictions or IIT has subjects which are not aligned with what they are trained for, many of them are unemployed for a large number of years, or they have to kind of relocate in very, very prime age. As you understand, when they are taken for jobs, they are mostly starting their career and life. They are pretty young and they have to start families. And this is also something which is talked about but unaccounted for. We talk about gender empowerment in various kinds of ways, but if we can start to delve about it and start to think about certain models where there are long-term structural things in place which can be used to engage these very, very educated and very, meaning I did a survey of our IIT campus. Our IIT has addressed two-body problems to a large extent, but still lots of faculties are there, and 68% of the people are postgraduates. And they have time restrictions because they cannot work from 9 to 5 because both the spouses cannot be engaged at the same time, and the schools are very, very far. So if we are able to, because COVID has taught us a lot about working from home, and if we can create certain kinds of spaces or certain kinds of organizational structures which allow them to be engaged in education sector, in other kinds of sectors, then many things can be enabled. So I would like to have your comments on this. I'm just deliberating. I've been talking to other people also, but we've not been able to figure out a model which is a working and a sustainable model.
Yeah, it's more a question for IIT. We can't really, I mean, we understand completely the question which Professor has asked. what are the kind of jobs, what are the kind of specialties of the spouses, they have certain skills, how they can be used. I would say more appropriate, in my view, limited view, and I would first apologize that I don't have a total view, but more important would be today, everybody has learned remote working. So even if we are remote, we are not so remote, let's say, example, let's say IIT Jodhpur. So you have industries in Jodhpur now. From there, if you can learn remote working or you can tie up with the industries, at least 1 or 2 days you are there physically, and then 2, 3 days you are, because IIT may not, IIT may have the requirement of such a skill which you have, because the husband and wife, the spouse and this thing could be into different areas of specialization. Therefore, finding it on campus would be, I would say, more difficult than finding it on off campus. Now, I don't know what is the largest distance that IITs have or institutes like this have, but typically within 30, 40, 50 kilometers, there is some city, So if you can find some appropriate job, or then the spouse has to reskill, I mean, that is the other thing, that maybe she has done her MSc or MTech or something, and she's not finding a job, then they have to reskill. And I can only give you an example because I'm from an entrepreneurial family. When we get daughter-in-laws who are very well educated, but not in the area that we need, we actually reskill them. And we don't want them to get employed outside. So what we do is, okay, they employ in our industry. My daughter-in-law is an architect, and she is now a administrative manager in the company. So these are two different fields, nothing related, but I would say reasonably and quite fast she has picked up. Now, is this something which you can look at? Or then the other choice I said is to go and find jobs which are, remote working, attend just 1-2 days in a week to the office, and then you do from home. This is my view, but happy to share other people's views if you have any.
Can go on to the next question, sir. Mike.
Yeah. Hello. Yeah. My question is, industry wants, when we are talking of funding, industry wants time-bound results from the research projects that is given to the IITs. So how can IIT devise a mechanism that the deliveries are time-bound? Time-bound may not be necessarily immediate, but maybe few months, 1 year, 2 year, whatever is depend on the project, but it should be there a time limit.
No, sir, I really disagree with you. See, if I ask, he's the head of R&D in his organization. Although we have time-bound programs, how many of the programs are completed within the bound time? Not many. We always have overruns. So I think the nature of R&D is such that you are going to overrun.
It's not necessarily a totally inventive R&D I'm talking of, but a problem solving for the industry. Or suppose we are developing a new project in which the expertise of IIT is required or a problem solving is required, then also the professors are busy. We give them a problem, they are busy with their students, teaching, research work, their own academics. And there's very long delays in these. And that's why I have been associated with several IITs for several works. I've given projects to IIT Chennai, I've given project to IIT Jodhpur, but always there has been so long a delay that we get discontinued. We don't progress further.
What do we do? Any such project, whatever it is, whether it is R&D, whether it is process improvement, whether it is quality issue, whether it is productivity issue, you try to build some gates, and then you review those gates. Have you reached the gate 1, gate 2, gate 3? And that gives them something. See, one thing is sure that if professors, I think you're referring to the earlier part of my statement where I said that professors should go out and get jobs from the industry. Now, if they have to get it, they have to commit a certain time. It cannot be मुझे time होगा तब मैं कर दूंगा. Then you won't get. See, finally this is something we are trying to build on. Start small and then grow that avenue. So from that point of view, commitment will have to be made of time. So you say, I'll commit one day a week or whatever you say, I'll commit my Saturday. What happens when you want to do a executive MBA? You commit your holiday. So I'm not saying necessarily, I mean, of course, each of you have a family or each professor has a family. He has to also spend time with the family, but he will have to commit some time if he wants to be successful and grow that. Otherwise industry will get frustrated and next time khada bhi nahi karne dega aapko, yeah, he won't really, he will talk to you but he won't really give you a job. So overrun can be there, as I rightly said, that even in our own setups we have overruns which can sometimes go into years. I mean, what you plan for a year takes 2 years, 2.5 years, 3 years. But the end output is what justifies and makes you forget the pain you went through, and pain also in terms of delayed projects. So if you succeed, the worst case is where you overrun and you don't give any output or don't give any meaningful output. Now that can be a disaster, and if it happens 2-3 times, then you won't get a repeat performance. So I think if we take care of that, for sure, yeah.
Yeah, the reaction.
So I'm just reacting to this, not as director of IIT Jodhpur. Okay. I'm reacting to this as a faculty of an IIT, because I have been with IIT Delhi more than 30 years. And I have done, I think, quite a few number of industrial consultancies with companies ranging from, say, multinationals to small Indian companies. Now, it's a question of how do you manage the project from the industry side and how it is managed from the PI side. Both are equally responsible and they have to be both commitments. Now, in many cases, when this overrun occurs, and I have seen it, and I think Mahesh will also can talk about what this IIT Chennai experience, that estimation of the time is something which is very, very important. In many cases, actually, industry underestimates time. Okay, and that also happens even for industrial projects. Even government projects, it's hugely underestimated times when the projects are run. Now, these actually compounds this relationship problem. When there's a professional organization, when professional organization does it, and then this happens in a much better fashion, much more coordinated fashion. And in fact, I have experience of working with top multinationals who are working in the country today. And most of the projects have delivered, and most of the projects have actually gone. I know of one thing which has actually gone into product, and that has been absorbed into the systems, and they have gone forward and patented and used of those technologies. If that would have been, and it's not, I'm talking about my personal experience, but I was working in a team of faculty. So it is not, it's a both way traffic, and that understanding and planning is something very critical. And almost all the IITs today, we have very well defined assessment of the time. That means a faculty can spend this much time. And when even the consultancy project is approved, we look at how much time the faculty is involved right now, whether he has really the bandwidth to address that problem. So internal processes of IITs are also in place. So therefore, I think we have to have more openness in terms of that issue, because it's always, government also delays, government doesn't deliver money when they are committed to give money. Even in case of industry also, projects given to industry, that takes time. So, and it's not a phenomena only in country, it's a global phenomenon. And we have to actually, you can look at many major projects which has come from the industry to a university abroad also, has taken time beyond the deadline. And therefore, that openness, that's why it's a question of friendship, is just working together, being on the same side. And that's, I think, is very, very critical and important.
Yeah, sir, may I add something?
Yeah, one last question. Thank you, sir.
Sir,
One
just,
last
just
question.
one sentence I
Sorry,
want to
sorry.
add it.
Yes.
Sir, what is important to have the work breakdown structure based on the competence available at the both places. As an example, I am very good at prototype making. So I have to help out for prototype making. I may not be good at thought level, the data analysis level, or even at defining the test protocol level. I'm just giving some real life examples. So if we have a clear cut breakdown structure, which is device based on the competence and the resource availability, I think such delays can be avoided. But as a matter of fact, there are delays. One has to really understand the reason behind this. But such initiatives may help to minimize the delays.
To what they said, see, this is a problem every industry has, but as you go along, you not perfect the process, but you improve the processes to do a right estimation. And even after that, if something happens, it happens, I mean, as much as I said that each of us, when we have R&D organizations, we have a very structured way of estimation. And there are many steps, I mean, there's, if you run through right from concept to design to prototyping to testing to certification to putting it into production, it's a whole series of steps which are done. And by and large, you end up correctly, I mean, they are consulting people. If they are not able to estimate, then they'll never be able to run their businesses. Companies who do only R&D, companies who do only consulting. So I think if we start it, we will land. Maybe first couple of projects you may end up not so correctly estimating it, but then you will learn how to estimate it.
Yes, thank you so much, sir. One last question, sir. Very quick question.
I thought I got the permission to ask questions, probably.
We allow our friends to answer.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Please go ahead, sir.
I'm making some comments. One was about the social aspect. I used to be director of one private engineering college after my retirement from MBM. And on 2nd October, I got some children from Jodhpur. I was president of Rotary Club of Jodhpur also. And I got some students from college, come play with them, give them food and give them dresses, books. So they enjoyed. Thereafter, these students went back to college and they used to conduct classes, and laborers and villagers used to come on their own. That yes, so students, if you can motivate some students, I have another opportunity. I am looking after 2 schools of Rotary Club of Jodhpur. So that's our deprived class of students, and we charge 340 rupees, but it is 50-year-old school, and that is the place where your students, your social work can come in, and including all of you can come in. And about consultancy, when I was doing my PhD in Australia, mining engineering, obviously finite element in 1972 and basic aspects, then I said I had gone from here from practical uranium mining experience. So I told my supervisor, I want to do in mines. He said, nobody will allow you. You have to go and beg. And once you have proved your name, automatically people will come. And even in the MBM Engineering College, where I worked for 25 years, I continued, besides my research, I continued doing consultancy. Even yesterday, people had come. So you have to establish your name. That is what is to young academics. This is important, that without consultancy, industrial research, applied research, you will not be successful as an academic.
Thank you. Thank you, sir, for those thoughts. Quick question.
Yeah, sorry. So kind of I was tempted to ask something. So anyway, let me first thank each one of you and to me also to see this kind of varied inputs, different kind of experts. So really kind of mesmerizing. My question was, most of the times we talk about, and it had been like so many limited time, it's more like logistics. We are trying to do things, we are trying to teach and kind of everybody is involved in so many things. What core thing probably we might be missing is amount of learning. Being IIT or any educational institute, from industry side, I heard that intellect level is not there when they try to hire, and that's very true. And similarly, IITs may feel like we are not getting good talent whom we can teach and so on. Are we missing something, a very core aspect of the learning part? So we teach, and essentially teaching doesn't mean that somebody learns. And even if we send students or scholars to industry, probably things are done, they learn processes, but when we evaluate the learning part, and the same is true for projects also, we complete things, that essential core somehow I think is missing. And probably quickly I also add, I was surprised to hear the two directors, probably specifically Professor Mathur, and I echo his thoughts of core kind of fundamental research which has to be there. You have to be in labs and all those things. And then we have to go back to certain old good times where things were kind of very focused. So I don't know what, if we are missing something, and if industry or academia can do something, is there something where we are not understanding the language of each other? And it's not about industry, academia, but students, scholar, or each one of us. So is there something, and this question is to very general audience, anybody, if somebody can suggest something, if we are missing something, there are ways to correct or improve or add. Probably unlearning is something which might ask sometime later, what is unlearning also. But if we learn something, it's very difficult to unlearn. Probably we can differently learn. So are there ways to differently learn something so that we can do better together? Thank you.
I think that's a, we'll take a long answer, a quick shot, Dr. Mandalik. Yeah.
Maybe if I can sum up, it's up about, learning fundamentals. Okay, and that's really important. See, learning fundamental is one thing which will elevate you to take up any challenges. But when I said I learned the artificial neural network, but if I have been asked about Kirchhoff's law, I may not be good at it, or may not be good at the Ohm's law. But the Ohm's law and Kirchhoff's law, learning will take me to take any challenges in electrical engineering. Okay, even the artificial intelligence. So one way is I still do not understand whether it's an advice or it's an question, but it is well accepted that when we learn the advanced techniques, the fundamental techniques are very, very important, and we have to teach students those fundamental techniques. So that's all maybe I can comment, sir.
Do you have any comments, sir? Srikol, yeah.
See, your point is very well taken. Teaching doesn't mean learning. If I have told you something, doesn't mean you have learned it. Now, that itself is a topic for real teachers to how to ensure learning. Because finally, you are successful only when the student learns. Not when you teach. And that's the problem we were discussing yesterday also, that how we have such big classes. Normally, or rather from a class, you come to a tutorial kind of this thing, where people do some homework and come, and then you make sure that the people learn. So this is, I think, a common problem at all institutes, not necessarily IITs, where they have to create an environment or create a technique or, teach the teachers to teach. Sounds, paradoxical, but you have to teach the teachers to teach so that they are ensuring that the students are, who are the learners are learning, So I think I mean, this is a continuous topic. We have to keep improving from where we are to make sure that we are effective and teachers are effective. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, sir. I think I'm sure there's a lot more questions on this very interesting discussion which took place here. A lot of thoughts gone around. In fact, we even went beyond the charter in some sense. But thank you to all of you and the panelists for sharing your valuable thoughts. Some of the takeaways are like we need to have a formal engagement forum going ahead, and we need to get more socially involved in terms of the outcome-based social involvement. And consultancy is a great way for our faculty to engage with the industry. And of course, we can get some scholarship initiated within IIT Jodhpur from some of your organizations. So with that, I thank all of you, and I would like to request Dr. Deepak Fulwani to please honor the guests. The friends, I'm sorry. Yeah, thank you, Dr. Fulvani. Thank you all. The session is over. Thank you.
Now I request Mr. Debasis to come on stage. We will start the next session in few minutes. The next session is on financial model of new IITs. So I request Mr. Debasis to come on stage and moderate the session.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here with a very distinguished panel. Right, let me invite the panelists. Professor Mahesh Panchangula, Dean Alumni, IIT Madras. Please join me. Dr. Mahesh Panchangula is the Dean Alumni and Corporate Relations at IIT Madras. His energy, entrepreneurial bent, and persuasive skills have melded together to build a robust alumni and corporate CSR connect with IIT Madras, raising a national record-breaking high funding to the tune of 300 crores in just last 3 years. Armed with a BTech from India's #1 institution, IIT Madras, and both an MS and PhD from the world-renowned Purdue University, Dr. Mahesh is a professor at IIT Madras' Department of Applied Mechanics. Sorry, I had to run through, out of breath. Yeah. So with an illustrious 20 years career of teaching and research, 59 publications, 2 patents to his credit, Professor Mahesh has undertaken innumerable global teaching and consulting assignments and is a seasoned, sought-after speaker addressing packed audiences on a wide range of topics, including alumni relations to applied mechanics. Welcome, Professor Mahesh. My second panelist is Mr. Abhijit Guha, Ashok Guha, sorry. My apologies. Mr. Guha is ex-CFO, Delhi International Airport Limited, GMR Group. He is also a member Finance Committee of IIT Jodhpur, senior executive and chartered accountant with over 3 decades of experience in wide gamut of accounting and finance across diverse companies, industries, and cultures, with proven expertise in loan funding, budgeting, strategic planning, auditing, change management, treasury, building multiple financial policies, commercial contract negotiations, dealing with regulators like ERA, customs, DGFT, RBI, and tax authorities. Welcome on board. Thank you very much. Professor Shantanu Chaudhary, Director, IIT Jodhpur. He has been a professor at Department of Electrical Engineering, IIT Delhi, for almost 30 years. Has assumed charge as Director, IIT Jodhpur on 10th of December 2018. Professor Chaudhary is a BTech from IIT Kharagpur and PhD also from IIT Kharagpur. He is a fellow of the Indian National Academy of Engineers and National Academy of Sciences. He is a fellow of International Association of Patent Recognition. He was awarded the INSA Medal to Young Scientists in 1993. He received ACCS CDAC Award for his research contributions in 2012. Welcome, Professor Chaudhary. Now, it is said that some of us are born great and some of us have greatness thrust upon them. It is quite applicable to our panel. We have listened to good discussions over the last two panels and yesterday. So at this point of time, we will try and reach up to that level of expectation. What we are discussing is exploratory nature. Why exploratory? Because the topic by itself is so vast that we can actually spend hours and hours discussing that. This is about a new financial model. And why this is important today is because we are now looking at paradoxes and managing of paradoxes. And in the last 2 days of discussion, these paradoxes have been highlighted more than enough number of times. For example, when we talk about paradoxes, we are talking about success and we are talking about one moment. So we are talking about success and we are talking about a sense of complacence, right? While we say that success begets success, but success also begets complacence. I'll just say that, right? So now, when we are in that situation, what do? IITs have been successful, but is that success enough for us to create the next objective, next milestone, and go ahead? Or we should rest on our plaudits and be happy that we have been successful. So that is a paradox that we are dealing with. Second, to create engineers, we need resources. Resources take many forms. Now, what comes first? Do the resources come first or the need to educate comes first? Another paradox, right? We are talking about seekers. What are we seeking? Are we seeking questions or are we seeking answers? Most of the time we seek answers, whereas, as Socrates said, we actually should be seeking questions. If we have enough questions to answer, then in the process of answering those questions or finding answers to those questions, possibly we'll get directions. So it is this kind of a complex scenario that we are going to be discussing. Hence, this session, we would like it to be exploratory. That means we will discuss at a very high level, identify directions which we can take, and maybe go down discussing each of those directions at a later point of time. Trying to do that today will be counterproductive, will not reach anywhere. So with that, I would just like to lay a few thoughts for the consideration of my panels. Everything starts, if I look at the commercial principle of any initiative, everything starts with a need. And to meet that need, there is a seed which is given, right? The seed meets part of the need, generates an outcome, which funds back to the resources, which again meet the need. Now, is that something that works for us? I do not know. That is something which we would be discussing. Second, as IITs, are we giving or are we taking? If we are giving, what is it that we are giving? If we are taking, what is it that we are taking? And which one comes first? And how do we see ourselves? Sustainability is another concept which is becoming very, very relevant, because today, which has been true for times immemorial, but today it has become extremely stark. We will never have resources to meet all our requirements. So we will get some resources and we will meet some of the requirements. Now the question is, how do we become sustainable? Do we become Atmanirbhar, depend on ourselves, or do we depend on somebody outside our locus of control to bring that sufficiency and the resources to move forward? Right? So with that, I would first like to throw the floor open to Professor Chaudhary as our host and as the entity who we are collaborating with to figure out where to move. Please tell us, where do you see the IIT today, and what do you think are its primary needs to fulfill its charter?
Hello, yeah. Today, if you look at where IIT is, it's a history of more than 70 years of the IIT system. And I think IIT system has distinguished itself globally, whether it is for individual institutes, its ranking, etc. If we take that apart, because the ranking is again a recent phenomenon. But I think if you look at the history, IITs today is a brand which is known everywhere. And therefore, IITs have met the first objective with which IITs were set. But now if we come to the components, and with reference to the components, if you look at the mission of an academic institution, it goes beyond simple academia, that is just producing students. And what IIT has been so far is extremely successful in terms of delivering its product in form of students everywhere in the world. And if you see, even when he started, Ron Gupta said that any city you come to US, there will be an IITian to welcome you. And that's where is the reach. In fact, many cities across the world. So I think in terms of the quality of education and quality of core product that IITians produce, I think today there is no doubt about it. And in fact, the new IITs which have come in later on, which are now 15 years old, I think they are also very strongly following that tradition. And if you look at even the alumni of these IITs, which are just about 10 years in the profession, they're absolutely top places in the world. So what is the next step? What is where things should move? Actually, just if we just reflect what Professor Surappa was talking about, IIT should need to make impact with reference to common man and society in a much bigger extent, not in terms of individuals' contribution, but as a contribution as an institution. Now, that is where I think things have moved. In fact, in one of the talks I was listening to, a very well established scientist and who has headed a major research organization of the country, he posed a question that referring to my alma mater, that Kharagpur IIT has existed over 50 years. And how has the surrounding around it has changed? It has not really changed. For a large number of years, it remains same. If you look at even the economic conditions, maybe the population has changed, but the whole economic conditions of people around might not have substantially changed. Now, that's just is a micro world we are looking at. But now look at a bigger world. IITs has contributed technologies, true, but has it gone to the level where we know that the industries which are coming up in the country are based on the technologies which IITs have delivered? Now, therefore, the challenge is to take IIT to that level where really the basic research establishes that some foundational scientific discoveries are happening in IIT,
as well as the application-directed research is targeting towards the industrial development, the national missions that we are talking about. Even we look at, we are very proud of Atomic Energy Commission, we are very proud of space, but also there are very, very critical components for which even a space mission depends on technology from abroad. Now, that's where if you have to move, the whole scenario has to change, and that requires not only commitment of faculty, commitment of students, quality of faculty and students, but also funds. And that's what is actually a issue which needs to be addressed. And this is true even for older IITs, because I know of older IITs, at least IIT Delhi pretty closely, being part of at one time, part of their administration as well. So if you look into that context, where we need to actually innovate is possibly how that funds be generated. I think it's absolutely true today that we have to come out of the expectation that government will continue to provide grants which will enable IIT to reach the next level of excellence. So therefore, there has to be ways and means to generate the funds. And another thing is very, very important, which I also stated yesterday, that an academic institution is an isolation. It is created by the government, but also created for the country, created for the society. So there has to be an ownership of the society about the academic institutions, including IITs, and IIT should have also the ownership of the society in which it is existing. Therefore, any kind of financial model or resource model that requires for IIT to leapfrog has to be through a collaboration and cooperation among these entities. I would like to stop at this because details we can take up later on.
Thank you, Professor Chaudhary. I think two very important things came out of what you said. One is that there are missions, right, which we need to fulfill beyond our charter, right? Second thing was that we cannot always depend on an external agency to provide us with funds. So there has to be something about it, right? Now, Mahesh, I would like you to add to it in regards of what Dr. Chaudhary has said, and with regards to how you think over the years, how do you think over the years the IITs, expectations of them and their role has changed? Maybe that will give us a way to look forward to what is it that we should expect from outside.
Sure. First of all, I want to thank Deepak and Shantanu for having me here. It's been a wonderful discussion morning. I also want to start by placing my gratitude as a bit of an outsider, but part of the larger IIT family for what Narendra ji has done for IIT Jodhpur. I think it's remarkable. It is gestures like that. I call it a gesture, sir, but it is gestures like that that will build institutions. And thank you very much for what you have done. I also want to, starting with the first panel, I've heard this first generation, second generation, third generation nomenclature. I want to add a little twist to it. Borrowing from our old software industry, people call them version 1.0, version 2.0, and version 3.0. And when I say version 3.0, I immediately expect the version 3.0 to be better than the version 2.0 and vice versa. I really feel that is the opportunity that these IITs present to us. So before I come to your question, I want to place some numbers on record. Okay, so we get a context of at least a version 1.0 IIT. Okay, last year IIT Madras did about 1,000 crores of sponsored plus industrial consultancy research. We got a grant of about 600 plus crores from the government. Our internal revenue generation from tuition fee and other things is a little less than 100 crores. We raised about 150 crores, 130 crores from alumni and corporate social responsibility philanthropy. You add all this up, we are approaching about 2,000 crores cash flow through the institution. This year, we will cross 2,000 crore cash flow through the institution. Tell me one 2,000 crore business out there that will not have a CFO. Okay, about time, we hired, each of us have a full-time CA on our payroll. This is not trivial. No, not to mention an endowment and a corpus that some of us also have to manage. So the total amount of resources that are being managed is beyond the scope of what a professor with a good common sense can do. I think we've all saturated that point. Now, in this whole scheme of things, the 1,500 and all that, if you look at the 130 crores of philanthropy, that is an extremely crucial piece, because that is the only piece in this whole picture that I get to pick. I say, I want an alternate renewable energy center of excellence. Let me see where I can go, who can I excite to help me set it up. Because the vast majority of the rest of the piece of the puzzle is pre-committed. A DRDO says, I want a scramjet engine mixer developed. They give a 2 crore project. Somebody else says, government 600 crores, 80% is salary bill. So that's the overall picture. Now, coming to the financial model of yesterday, today, and let's look at tomorrow. In the year 1980, a student at IIT Madras paid about 250 rupee per year tuition fee to get a BTech degree. And that on that day was a 33-to-1 subsidy. Today, a student at IIT Madras, like any other IIT, pays 2 lakhs per year. And that is today a 7-to-1 subsidy. Going forward, you can see where this is headed. You draw a straight line from 1980 to 2022. I think this subsidy will evaporate in about 20 years, completely. Let's look at the consumption side of this equation, faculty cost, which is the biggest cost practically. Faculty salary in the year 1980 was, assistant professor salary was about 400 rupees. Today, IIT Madras pays about 1.4 lakhs, somewhere 1.5 lakhs. And at one point, at a professor level, my salary today is as good as every country in the world in real terms, no corrected for purchase power parity, except about a dozen countries. Now, in the year 1980, we were not that good. Today, we are only about a dozen countries pay better than India, 7th pay commission. And you can imagine in 10 years, there will be only about 3 countries that will pay better than us. So our costs are increasing, our overall demand is increasing, and therefore a novel financial model is absolutely essential. Okay, so now let me come to your question and ask, what are some of the features of that novel financial model? I agree with Shantanuji that we cannot look at students as our source of revenue like the West does. We have an obligation to society. Even today at IIT Madras, about a third of our students come from families where the total parental income is less than 4.5 lakhs, which I find my office supports many of them through scholarships. And I find it extremely gratifying that we are able to do this. And I find it extremely gratifying that they are making it here. And so raising tuition is not the cost. The answer is in the set of, look at IIT as a business and ask, what are the products we manufacture? And when we look at it, there are 6 touch points for any outside stakeholder into an IIT. Okay. And these are the 6 touch points where there is revenue to be made for an IIT. And we have to understand all the 6 touch points. We are doing very poorly on all 6 touch points across all IITs today. Okay. The first touch point is we graduate students, and somebody comes, hires our graduates away, throws a few peanuts at us. The same thing if they hired an HR firm, they would pay an arm at least. Okay, that's first touch point. Second, faculty expertise being leveraged to do industry consultancy work. That's an extremely crucial revenue flow into the institution. Just to give you a feel, at IIT Madras, somebody talked of whether we are allowed to make extra salary. At least about a third of my faculty make a 13th month salary, and about 20 make a full year salary. Full year salary, they double their paycheck. So industry consultancy is the second touch point. Third, educating industry professionals. Creating programs where industry says, I want to send 20 or 30 of my employees in to get them educated. I think this is an extremely lucrative revenue stream for us because it is right up our alley. And given the power of the online medium today, which industry would simply love, the costs are even lower. You don't have to even turn an AC on. That's the third. Fourth, a lot of our faculty members participate on advisory boards of companies and vice versa. There, the revenue is not the most important part, but the degree of connect they bring would be phenomenal. Fifth is startups. IIT Madras has been fortunate to be home to several hundreds of startups, and the revenue, the small equity position that we would have taken has now begun to pay back. And it's an extremely rewarding payback. So every IIT should invest very deeply into this. And as Narendraji mentioned, it is a longer term payback, but that's we have to understand that. And the sixth and the most important, I think, is where at least my office drives, is CSR engagement. Corporate social responsibility in India is actually going unspent. Somebody in the previous panel said there's a lot of stakeholders. There is actually unspent CSR across the country. 25,000 crores to be spent. Industry is only able to spend about 19,000 crores. They defer the remaining to the next year. This is particularly true of PSUs, where IITs are a plum party to partner with. Okay, so these 6 axes and the amount of money that is available is, I think, where the new financial model lies.
So thank you very much, Mahesh. Very interesting point that you have brought about is that over the years, the IIT have moved from being a purely educational institution. I mean, with 2,000 crores of revenue, it is actually larger than an SME. So it requires a structural change, right? With that, Mr. Guha, as the CFO of multiple organizations and being on the financial committee of IIT, what is your thought on this?
Let me start by digressing a bit with a bit of historical perspective about the Delhi International Airport. About 2005, the government of India decided they didn't have the money to make the metro airports come up to the world-class level anymore. They didn't have money. They didn't have the depth of expertise anymore. So other priorities were there. So they made a agreement called OMDA, the Operations Maintenance Development Agreement. And there was a tendering process by which ultimately private companies and groups came into the picture. So under the OMDA, the Delhi airport came to the GMR group and the Mumbai airport went to the GVK group and so on and so forth. Now in the Delhi airport, what was also there in the OMDA that certain parts of the activities of the airport can be spun off by joint ventures with subject matter experts from across the world. So 10 joint ventures were actually floated from things like except the passenger terminal and the landing and parking and takeoffs. Everything was spun off. So the best of the experts were and companies were brought in. For example, the duty free was partnered with Air Rianta of Ireland, and they were the pioneers of the duty free shops, which was set up for the first time in 1947 in Shannon Airport in Dublin. Same way, the air cargo terminal operations was partnered with a Turkish company called Celebi, and so on and so forth. For example, all the advertising is done with a JV with Times Group OOH. All the food courts and restaurants are done with Travel Food Service. I can go on. So there are, and I was on the payroll of Delhi International Airport, but I was on secondment to a number of these JVs as CFO to bring them back to a world-class level, because I was partnering with the CEOs to not just write the accounting statements and the tax compliance. I was actually doing strategies with them. And a few years ago, Delhi International Airport became top in Asia Pacific in the Airport Service Quality Award ASQ. So what I'm trying to say in terms of the you have to reinvent yourself. And you do that by making each of your various activities, which can be made into various parts, because there was a huge amount of monitoring done from the Delhi International Airport, because they were partners. And they had partnered for the airport development with Frankfurt Airport and as well as Malaysian Airport. But the Ministry of Civil Aviation was a 26% owner of this company. So there was so many push and pull all the time, but you still maintained and became a world-class airport in a number of years' time. So what means is that every penny that you're spending, every cost center that you have in your organization, you have to rethink. So if an IIT has to rethink, they have to look at all their departments as cost centers as well as centers of excellence. We should not forget that we are temple of learning, but at the same time, we should know how to manage our business better. I take it from where he, as professor and the dean, that he has been able to do fantastic work in IIT Madras, to what Professor Shantanu said. This is the need of the hour where we have to reinvent ourselves, and that this avatar, we have to look at entire thinking to be brought out, where we are conscious about where we are spending and where we are on the inflow side. So as a cost center, I'll have the inflows coming in from maybe academic receipts, some grants, rest there's a gap between, because I have to meet this kind of expense. And I have to rethink at the expense because I have to do a budget at the beginning of the year. The budget should not be based on the money I'm getting. Budget should be based on what is my need. And that's something called zero-based budgeting. I start with zero. And I build up that, okay, to run this session, to run these programs, I have to incur these costs. And that's how I have to now say, how much of this can I actually earn in terms of the gap that is there between the grants and the academic receipts that are accompanying me. So everything that you're doing, you have to therefore look at in terms of a thought process across all department heads, and you have to have a matching ERP with a cost center coding system, which is very, very, I think, mature and followed in a disciplined way to be able to capture both sides of income and expense and manage your cash flows so that you become self-financing. That is the role.
So what I got from your conversation is that it is not sufficient just to get money, but start with a budget zero base and look at cost neutralization and beyond cost neutralization. These are two things, right? Now, my next thought that I would like to put up for consideration is, now in this kind of a thing, obviously we need to earn something. So does it mean that everything and anything that we do, we need to first look at relevance and then start on it? Or there is some different consideration, right? It is a slightly open-ended question. So whichever way you catch it, please answer. And I would request you, Professor Chaudhary, Professor Mahesh, and Mr. Guha to go in that sequence.
Look at an IIT system, there are some mandatory requirements and some desirable requirements. And these requirements are mapped to, as Ashok has pointed out, mapped to different departments, centers, schools, etc., based on the jobs. And if you look at that point, if we always, a budgeting point has been, and inside many of the IITs and including IIT Jodhpur, is that do we have resource to support undergrad education? And then we have the resource for research, creating facilities, etc., etc. Now, obviously the budget, when we're talking about a zero deficit budget, that cost center model, actually IIT Jodhpur has worked out a kind of a financial model for ourselves. And we have actually started on what Ashok has stated as a finance committee member. He had provided that input and guided us, that we have started on this cost center model. In fact, all the departments through ERP, we are actually putting it a cost center and trying to work out a model based on what are core and desirable components and trying to see whether we have resource for it or we have to get resource from other sources. And based on that, we have also identified, as was being talked about, the touch points through which these whole funds can be generated and brought in. And as part of touch points, one thing is what we have actually trying to look at is increasing the industry engagement. And through that, we know that funds will not come to each and every cost center. There'll be deficit cost centers, there'll be surplus cost centers. And therefore, how that has to be balanced through a common fund, which is really under the control of the institute or director, say for that matter. Then we also have gone into this executive education in a big way. And that's also is a way we are trying to generate funds. Then obviously philanthropic donations, then your what we are looking at in terms of CSR funding. And CSR funding is primarily we have used today's CSR funding, building up the social connect. I think investing onto the social connect is also has a long-term implication for IIT. So we cannot just consider everything within the boundary of IIT. And next at what we are trying to look at is, if you look at this IIT as a venture, then there are also potential, not just as a consultancy. Consultancy is, I have an expertise, I'm giving my expertise, or I'm commercializing my expertise through benefit of the institute also as a benefit of an individual. But we can also think about, and that what we are actually exploring the opportunities, can there be a joint venture initiatives with industry? It's a win-win model. Can we work out a win-win model? Because today, government also has given us a freedom. In fact, act-wise, IITs can set up Section 8 companies. And through Section 8 companies, I think this is a new possibility we should look at, how to create this kind of joint ventures where we can supplement each other's capability and come into these initiatives. In fact, yesterday I was trying to talk about this Hydrogen Valley as a possibility, which can be done in this process. And it's a completely new way to explore and generate resources. Because see, I completely agree with the point which was talked about, that you need to have a stature in the industry to have consultancies. Our faculty in these initial years really cannot build up that stature. And that IIT like Chennai or Delhi, the kind of funds that they can generate through consultants, it's extremely difficult for an IIT which is new, which is just 15 years, and faculty lifetime mostly is around 5 to 7 years, who have been in the faculty role. So now, but there can be a collective initiative. What I'm trying to look into is, in that scenario, if we talk about a Section 8 company and have a group of faculty involved into it, then it becomes a collective initiative. You bring in that expertise in a collective fashion and have industry as a partner. And then you can explore things which can actually be a big project and which can also have a contribution and also may supplement the research efforts and research requirements and facility requirement inside IIT.
I think I agree with what Shantanuji said. I have just 2 points to add. If you look at IIT Madras's balance sheet and ask what are the 2 most valuable assets of IIT Madras today, it is, first of all, 600 acres of land right in the middle of the city. It's extremely valuable. Second, the brand. I mean, not necessarily in that order. Okay. So I think the new model will exactly look like the JV idea that you talked about. And I'll give you an example. Purdue, my other alma mater, is one of the largest landowners in the city of West Lafayette. They got there by first, they had a piece of land, but over the last 150 years, they've basically bought every piece of land that came up in the whole city. It's the biggest investment any university can make. So my first thought that I want to place on the table for all new IITs. Please acquire at least double this land in the next 10 years. I think 30 years from now, if you want Jodhpur to be, like you said, a Hydrogen Valley hub, land and brand value, land and brand are going to be what will attract a JV partner to come set up shop here. You say, I will give you the land. I will, of course, give you the HR, which is abundantly available. You come build the building, bring the facilities, and let's operate the Section 8 company. That is going to have to be a model. Purdue has done this very well with at least about 6 or 7 companies. And I think it's about time we learned how to do it here. The second part of the new financial model, whatever you said, I think actually extends beyond just industry coming. It should extend to every activity. And I want to place a new sort of a model. It is still a thought in our minds. We are still debating the pros and cons, but it is mature enough that I can talk about it here. Imagine you are building a high-rise for your faculty quarters. Right now, you build, you borrow from HEFA, you build, and then you sort of let people stay there and do their thing. Can we look at a build, operate, transfer model where a builder comes, builds the apartment, and you can tell the government, look, this is not owned by IIT Madras, so I'll take the HRA, which is anyway going defunct. And the HRA will pay for a part of the revenue back to the operator. And let's say 20 years later, the asset is transferred to the IIT. So I think something like this is probably a way to think of in every way. Having said that, I want to go back to one point that Professor Mathur made. HEFA, I think it should go. Every one of our competitor universities in the West that we want to do better than has an endowment of $1 billion. And here we are left with a loan book of 800 crores. Makes absolutely no sense.
I think what we also need to look at is, because I had that experience in Delhi airport. We had various models of these joint ventures, which I didn't mention now, but I think it's time I mentioned. So there were ones in which there was no equity participation by Delhi airport. It was like a landlord-tenant model, where there was a license fee, there was certain covenants of do's and don'ts, and there was an annual escalation of the license fee that was going up. And majority of them were equity model with multiple shareholders, some with 2, some with 3 and all. And there were a mix of license fee as well as revenue-based concession fee that was to be given back to Delhi airport. And at the end of it, if you made a profit, there was obviously also a dividend coming back to all shareholders. And like that, you also had to improve on your performance indicators, productivity, efficiencies, and ASQ rankings. So there was a roadmap for you to bring in cost efficiency, customer delight, and you have to become world-class. If that was not there, there was an option for Delhi airport to actually change the partner. So none of the partners actually had to go through that. Everybody excelled. And that was the monitoring mechanism which made it work. And from being nowhere in the quality standards anywhere in the world, before this public-private partnership happened, we became #1 in Asia Pacific. So that was a very gratifying thing, and that's the way it has been now. And now the competition is building up further, so you have to keep on investing. And the investment came from all the equity partners. So the money came from Ireland, money came from Malaysia, money came in from a lot of Indian companies like Times Group and all. So there was a mix and match of expertise, money flowing in, and everything. So that is the way I think a centers of excellence and cost center approach can bring in.
Thank you. I think what I just heard was a very, very concise and extremely short description of treasury management, which is usually unheard of in an educational institution, right? And Mahesh did talk about the desirability of debt going away, right? Now, given that, this question is to you, Mr. Guha. Do you think an educational institution can be completely debt-free and subsist on its own generated revenues?
See, obviously, it is a question of evolution. And 100% being debt-free is something which is I think, utopia we are talking about. Some bit of grant and aid from either the government should be there, because the government cannot, totally walk away. And philanthropy and institutions who can bring in endowment chairs, etc. That is the way forward. So it has to be a balanced mix based on your economy of the country where you belong or the region you belong, and your own goodwill you have created in terms of proven technologies and your alumni, what they have been able to contribute to society. So I think talent will attract monies in a way. So if the current HEFA situation doesn't improve, so we have to maximize, should I say, the other avenues which doesn't have a payback and loan servicing component. And that is obviously the best thing that's possible. But to answer your question, looking at the current scenario, I'm not totally, averse to a zero debt situation. I am sure some of it will have to be there given the, circumstances we are in. Another point, I have a 4 o'clock flight to catch. So I'm a bit constrained on the timing. We are approaching 2 o'clock. So I need to be excused shortly.
I just want to add one thing to what you just said, sir. I think it is possible to be debt-free. All universities in the world are debt-free. We were debt-free until like 8 years ago. I think we figured out how to be debt-free even under HEFA also. Okay, the way to do it is, we are just building an indoor sports complex for our students. A donor gave us the money needed to build it, but we told the donor we'll put it in our investment, in our endowment. It yields between about 11% right now. So the yield from the endowment, we actually go borrow from HEFA. The yield from the endowment pays the HEFA. At the end of 10 years, I have both the asset plus the endowment. I think there is a way to sort of finagle the model out.
Wonderful. So I think we have just got a general sense that there is a method to reduce the debt component by increasing the other parts of sources of revenue. Second is, another thing that we just realized is that looking at our operations from a monetizability point of view is becoming very, very important in today's situation and going forward. Because slowly and slowly, as Mr. Guha said, the support that the government provides will slowly dry out because they will need those funds for some other areas, right? Now, so Professor Chaudhary, given this situation, other than the sources of revenue that Mahesh talked about and the models that Mr. Guha talked about, do you think there is any other source we have not discussed in this setting right now? And if so, what is that?
Possibly, I think we have talked about whatever we thought about. In fact, I wanted to highlight these joint venture initiatives. I think that has been discussed, and that we have not explored that to that big extent. The other point which I want to touch upon is professional financial management framework inside the institute. Now, that's where also we need to have an autonomy. I myself have an experience of taking into the board and finance committee to have HR and this finance, and this government refused, saying that you have to have this assistant register. That is a position which is there, which is because all these are defined in terms of mapping to UGC and various scales. Now, that's where this autonomy has to be there. In fact, if I have the salary without increasing the salary budget, it should be possible for me to redefine the roles. And these roles cannot be aligned with something which Education Ministry has decided for. This is a question of autonomy, and it is very easily to be given, but somehow the people who come for the meetings and they argue with it, in fact, I have argued with even the internal IFD, it's not easy to navigate that. And that exactly is a way to build up a sustainable strategy of monetization. Faculty cannot really create a business model out of the resources that we have. For that, we require professional help. That's what I want.
Thank you. A short question to you and to Mahesh. If we generate our own revenue, does it mean that we can use it to our discretion, or do we need to still go back to the ministry and ask for their approval for every spend that we have?
See, the moment it gets into IIT, that fund, IIT account, all restrictions of government in terms of GFR, in terms of audit, everything comes in. And that's again a constraint. In fact, according to me, it's a big constraint because your GFR actually brings down the value of money. If I want to get an equipment, the procedure today is such that it requires about 8 months to get a clearance to put up a global tender and order by the time your dollar value actually changes. See, the other point which is very, very important is that at least we are thankful to the government. And in fact, I think the IITs should start making use of the Section 8 companies more effectively because that's a private channel. That gets guided by the corporate laws, corporate norms, and also the ministries who are encouraging setting up such Section 8 companies. Their babus also should understand that Section 8 companies should not be guided by the central financial rules. And this is again another aspect of autonomy we miss at many times.
Do you think IITs and today's funded education institutions be converted to Section 8 companies?
You want me to react? Yes. If you give me that autonomy, I think it can actually see, the point is government should put the money and leave everything to the institute and maybe run by good corporate governance practices. That would give us a different freedom to operate. And that will definitely ensure success of IITs.
Actually, I have a different point of view on that. IIT brand was built completely by the government. Let's be grateful to that. Completely. In the last 63 years, IIT Madras has gotten about 10,000 crores of today's rupees. In return, if you look at what has IIT done, I have 35,000 alumni living in India. Last year, the graduating class drew a sum total first year paycheck of 220 crores. I'm sure all of it was 30% tax bracket. So first year income tax back to the government is 70 crores. The 35,000 alumni put together would have paid this 10,000 crores invested back in 3 years. And they're continuing to pay. So my own feeling is government grant to IITs will increase many-fold in the next 10 years. Because I'm sure they've seen this, IITs are worth investing in. So that's first thing. The point about making Section 8 companies, I used to be on the board of our incubator, so I've seen Section 8 companies. They are double-edged swords. I've seen the one at NIT Trichy, which is one of the oldest Section 8 companies, as it turns out, in all of the academic ecosystem, has completely free-floated away. The director has no role to play there. Okay? So governance of these Section 8 companies is not trivial. Okay? Now, if you want IIT's purpose to be served, IIT's mission to be served, the IIT director has to be the supremo. And any JV will not allow you to do that. It's as simple as that. So there is a fine line. I think keeping IITs the way they are is actually a great place to be. I sometimes wonder if I will become an IIT Madras powered by Reliance. But I think the brands are very powerful. The only example I want to leave at least the younger audience here with, in 1977, and I get to talk to alumni from that vintage, when Indira Gandhi messed with practically every institution in the country, she didn't do one bit to the IITs. In fact, the budgets went up. So that is the respect that the governments have had over many generations for this group of institutions. I think it will only grow manifold if we do our part to serve the society and industry.
Just one clarification. I'd like to put across that if IITs, why I talked about the Section 8 companies because of the financial freedom. It's not the Section 8 company should have directly money of a private investor. But government should look at it, the freedom that you have as a corporate, that's why I stress upon good governance practices, then you have a freedom to give a money, say given a lump sum money, you should use it for the best interest of the institute. What for to be used, what is to be, where it is to be used. Now that autonomy is something very, very important, and that autonomy is available with the institutes and universities globally. Now here, that part, the government has to understand and adopt that policy. And that's why the Section 8 model of getting free in terms of the governance restrictions is why it is important.
Fine. So I would like to ask my last question. And after that, we will have a few questions, 2 questions maybe, given the time. And I will then sum up. What is it? And this is something which I would like to know personally, because I am representing that segment. What is it that the IITs expect from the alumni? And I'm not saying alumni specific to the IIT, I'm saying the global alumni body. What or what all, whichever way.
I will repeat what I just met Professor Anant, who was our director a few years, a decade ago. He was in my office and he said the first time he took alumni money, he made one point very clear. Please give with humility and I will take with humility. I think that sums it up for me.
Would you like to say something?
See, I would like, if you ask me, the involvement of alumni, not just for money. Alumni is a huge intellectual resource. And that can have various forms of engagement with IIT system. And I think there should be means and ways to explore that. And in fact, some of the IITs, and we have also created positions of professor of practice. So you would like to have people from alumni joining us for short assignments. They can take sabbatical from the industry and spend 2 years with us, which actually enriches also the academic environment with the industry with the experience of industry. So I think that's what is another engagement, which is very, very important from an intellectual resource, because it's not the money, the only thing which will define relationship of an institute with alumni.
Very well said, Professor Chaudhary. Now, I would just like to have 2 questions. And when you ask a question, please ensure that it is absolutely to the point, does not include opinions. Short questions, it will be easy to answer. And please identify yourself before you ask the question. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I am Neeraj Jain, a professor at IIT Jodhpur. So far, all the discussion has considered IITs as education institutes. A very big component that government expects from IIT is research. And research funding traditionally is funded by the government. Almost 100% research is funded by the government in education sector, because most of the research that's done does not give a return in 5 years, 10 years. It might give a return after 40 years. And we all talk about our success in tackling COVID, developing vaccines by RT-PCR test is because of funding in basic biomedical research institution. So for that, if the government funding dries up, that's going to create a problem. So I would like to know what's the opinion in terms of funding for the research, because that's also decreasing, unfortunately, across the board.
Would any of the panelists like to answer this?
So I agree with you. In fact, Professor Mathur made an important point of it also during his remarks. basic research is the reason educational institutions are actually here. Like Debashish mentioned, we've reinvented IITs, have reinvented themselves from being UG teaching to PG teaching. Today, we are heavily a research institution across the board. And you're right, that needs to be government funded. But I think the models of that government funding are likely to change. They have changed in a big way in the US. I think we learn from them for good or worse. And I think the models may change, but I think basic research will always be supported. I want to make a point there about the role of non-governmental agencies funding basic research. I want to particularly point out Chris Gopalakrishnan is one of our alumni. He is mentally invested in the brain. And so he said, anything brain I want to fund. I know there is a risk. I mean, he's not interested in some product or something coming out. I mean, he's just, so I think Ashok Soota, for example, has said, Parkinson's is my trip in life. So you'll see these private philanthropists pick their favorite piece of science and invest in it, like Howard Hughes did in the US many years ago. So you'll see examples of that coming in India in the next 10 years, so to say. I think that's the wave of new science funding in India.
So,
make one point. Your point about multifold alumni engagement, we call it time, talent, treasure. You're absolutely right.
Thank you, Mahesh. The last question, please. And again, a very short question. Yes, Professor Mathur.
Just very quickly, this build and transfer projects. In fact, we have some experience at IIT Indore. They do work. But again, when we did this and reported it in our finance committee and board meetings, the Babus and the ministry had no idea of what it was. And it took us a while. It took some tense moments, in fact, to explain them that it's fine. Leave it. Don't worry about it. We're not using government money. They're paying for themselves. These were restaurants and cafes, which were, they built the buildings and they were operating. My question is, we tried it. Fellow directors tried. How do you communicate with the people in the ministry and make them understand that they cannot just pick and choose some examples from international universities, foreign universities, and not understand the larger picture? Take the example of your university, Purdue, land use university like Texas A&M. Today West Lafayette is one of the most sought after real estates. And the reason for that is not just it's the land. It's in the middle of nowhere, cornfields. But what Purdue did was invested heavily on research. I think around 30% of its research funding comes from the National Science Foundation. Another 10-20% from Department of Energy, NIH, government bodies. Now, what we see in IITs and other universities in the country is the funding by the major funding agencies has actually, in real terms, gone down in the last 3 years. DST gone down. CSIR, they're scrapping programs. I mean, where's the research going to come from? Who's going to fund it? You can't totally depend on industrial funding in a nascent state where industry academia in India is, let's face it, weak. So my question is, how are you as deans and directors going to communicate and persuade people in the government? And I mean the government, not MHRD. How do you talk to them and tell them that this is for the betterment of society, to preserve the IIT brand, which, Mahesh, you said, very, very important. It's crucial.
See, this dialogue, it's not only just for IIT brand. I think it is important for across the country to have funding for basic research. And the kind of models which government is moving into and whatever has been my interaction with, that linking it with specific outputs, deliverables, and things like that. DST did not have that kind of a string attached to majority of the funding. And also, if you look at many of these other funding agencies, I know of DBT, DST, METI, there was always a fund for core research. There was another fund which was actually for application-oriented research or research which has got direct relevance and to be delivered. Now, this point has been stressed upon a number of times, but if you look at when it comes back, even in terms of some of the initiatives, I think one initiative I would like to just point out, which is a positive thing, that MOE has started a funding process for basic science-related questions through IISc. A new program has just been initiated. I think last date of submission of proposals was this March, I think, if I remember correctly, which is targeted towards absolutely fundamental science and basic science, and that's MOE is going to support. Now, I think increasingly some of these specific funds will come in, specific programs will come in. And that could be the source, but overall, I think the change which has happened is today, in terms of attitude also, is that you go to funding and that funding should produce tangible results. In fact, I'm just having a discussions with MEITI for one program. They're telling that, okay, you design a program, but you design in such a way that you should have startups embedded into it. Now, this is not a basic research funding, but I think the models are changing, but basic research still has interest, but the amount has definitely gone.
Anything that you would like to close your statement with?
Yeah, I would like to say that we all hope the government looks at this a bit more progressively. And I think both the people, the process, and the technology can flower the way the society is required to. And that's what I want to say. And I would like to excuse myself because I need to rush now. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Guha. Right. So thank you very much. I would just like to sum up a few points. We have had a very interesting discussion. Obviously, we could not explore all the aspects, right? But what we did explore was A, that from need to seed and the cycle in between, there are many steps and there are many things that we can do. So that is first thing. Second is that definitely we need to engage with our stakeholders. And as we communicate with them, we will start creating engagements which will go into more and more relevance. Third thing which has come out very interestingly is that we have discussed a lot about finance and financial models, which usually one does not see in the context of educational institution, but which has become extremely relevant because we are talking about big money and we are talking about huge expectations. Another interesting part that I see coming out of this is whatever applies to an IIT actually can be extended to any other engineering institution or, for want of a better word, any other professional curriculum institution. And slowly it can be extended further so that we can go down right up to the primary level, so that policy making from nursery to higher education can become possible, driven by the need from the final system. So thank you very much. You've been a very patient audience. I'm usually not a moderator, so I'm extremely honored that I was offered this position. I have enjoyed the conversation and I look forward to many more. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much for joining this conclave, and we look forward that we will continue our engagement what we have started through this conclave. And I also want to acknowledge the contribution of several people who have worked for this conclave, staff members. Yes, yeah. Yes, phones. So this conclave was contributed by several people, several staff members, several faculty colleagues, several student volunteers, office of director, and also director continuously guided us throughout the process. So we are grateful to all of these volunteers, staff members and faculty colleagues who contributed directly as well as indirectly to this conclave. And I'm very, very grateful to all of you for taking your time out and attending this conclave. So I request all of you please join for lunch before we close this ceremony. And I also request that we have a Padharo 2, which is starting at 3 p.m. So that will give you opportunity to visit various departments. This is open house and you can visit various departments as well as their facilities and their different kinds of work, what they have been engaged in. So this is an opportunity to see various academic units of the institute. So I also extend my warm welcome for that Padharo event. Thank you.